analogous facts could be given with respect to the inhabitants of the sea. A second great fact which strikes us in our general review is that barriers of any kind, or obstacles to free migration, are related in a close and important manner to the differences between the productions of various regions. We see this in the great difference of nearly all the terrestrial productions of the New and Old worlds, excepting in the northern parts, where the land almost joins and where, under a slightly different climate, there might have been free migration for the northern temperate forms, as there now is for the strictly Arctic productions. We see the same fact in the difference between the inhabitants of Australia, Africa, and South America under the same latitude. For these countries are almost as much isolated from each other as is possible. On each continent, also, we see the same fact in the great difference between the inhabitants of Australia, Africa, and South America under the same latitude, for these countries are almost as much isolated from each other as is possible. On each continent, also, we see the same fact, for on the opposite sides of lofty and continuous mountain ranges and of great deserts, and sometimes even of large rivers, we find different productions, though as mountain chains, deserts, etc., are not as impassable, or likely to have endured so long as the oceans separating continents. The differences are very inferior in degree to their tamils and no two marine faunas are more distinct, with hardly a fish, shell, or crab in common, than those of the eastern and western shores of South and Central America. Yet, these great faunas are set only by the narrow but impassable Isthmus of Panama. Westward of the shores of America, a wide space of open ocean extends, with not an island as a halting place for emigrants. Here we have a barrier of another kind, and as soon as this is passed we meet in the eastern islands of the Pacific, with another and totally distinct fauna. So that here three marine faunas range far northward and southward, in parallel lines not far from each other, under corresponding climates. But from being separated from each other by impassable barriers, either of land or open sea, they are wholly distinct. On the other hand, proceeding still further westward from the eastern islands of the tropical parts of the Pacific, we encounter no impassable barriers, and we have innumerable islands as halting places until after traveling over a hemisphere we come to the shores of Africa. And over this vast space we meet with no well-defined and distinct marine faunas. Although hardly one shell, crab, or fish is common to the above-named three approximate faunas of eastern and western America and the eastern Pacific Islands, yet many fish range from the Pacific into the Indian Ocean, and many shells are common to the eastern islands of the Pacific and the eastern shores of Africa, on almost exactly opposite meridians of longitude. A third great fact, partly included in the foregoing statements, is the affinity of the productions of the same continent or sea, though the species themselves are distinct at different points and stations. It is a law of the widest generality, and every continent offers innumerable instances. Nevertheless, the naturalist in traveling, for instance, from north to south, never fails to be struck by the manner in which successive groups of beings, specifically distinct yet clearly related, replace each other. He hears from closely allied yet distinct kinds of birds, notes nearly similar, and sees their nests similarly constructed, but not quite alike, with eggs colored in nearly the same manner. The plains near the Straits of Magellan are inhabited by one species of rhea, American ostrich, and northward the plains of La Plata by another species of Venus, and not by a true ostrich or emo, like those found in Africa and Australia under the same latitude. On these same plains of La Plata, we see the agouti and bizcacha, animals having nearly the same habits as our hares and rabbits and belonging to the same order of rodents, but they plainly display an American type of structure. We ascend the lofty peaks of the Cordillera and we find an alpine species of bizcacha. We look to the waters and we do not find the beaver or muskrat, but the coipu and capybara, rodents of the American type. Innumerable other instances could be given. If we look to the islands off the American shore, however much they may differ in geological structure, the inhabitants, though they may be all peculiar species, are essentially American. We may look back to past ages, as shown in the last chapter, and we find American types then prevalent on the American continent and in the American seas. We see in these facts some deep organic bond, prevailing throughout space and time, over the same areas of land and water, and independent of their physical conditions. The naturalist must feel little curiosity, who is not led to inquire what this bond is. This bond, on my theory, is simply inheritance, that cause which alone, as far as we positively know, produces organisms quite like, or as we see varieties nearly like each other. The dissimilarity of the inhabitants of different regions may be attributed to modification through natural selection, and in a quite subordinate degree to the direct influence of different physical conditions. The degree of dissimilarity will depend on the migration of the more dominant forms of life from one region into another having been effected with more or less ease, at periods more or less remote, on the nature and former immigrants, and on their action and reaction in their mutual struggles for life. The relation of organism to organism being, as I have already often remarked, the most important of all relations. Thus, the high importance of barriers comes into play by checking migration, as does time for the slow process of modification through natural selection. Widely ranging species, abounding in individuals, which have already triumphed over many competitors in their own widely extended homes, will have the best chance of seizing on new places when they spread into new countries. In their new homes, they will be exposed to new conditions and will frequently undergo further modification and improvement, and thus they will become still further victorious and will produce groups of modified descendants. On this principle of inheritance with modification, we can understand how it is that sections of genera, whole genera, and even families are confined to the same areas, as is so commonly and notoriously the case. I believe, as was remarked in the last chapter, in no law of necessary development, as the variability of each species is an independent property and will be taken advantage of by natural selection, only so far as it profits the individual in its complex struggle for life. So the degree of modification in different species will be no uniform quantity. If, for instance, a number of species which stand in direct competition with each other migrate in a body into a new and afterwards isometry, they will be little liable to modification, for neither migration nor isolation in themselves can do anything. These principles come into play only by bringing organisms into new relations with each other, and in a lesser degree with the surrounding physical conditions. As we have seen in the last chapter that some forms have retained nearly the same character from an enormously remote geological period, so certain species have migrated over vast spaces and have not become greatly modified. On these views, it is obvious that the several species of the same genus, though inhabiting the most distant quarters of the world, must originally have proceeded from the same source, as they have descended from the same progenitor. In the case of those species which have undergone during whole geological periods but little modification, there is not much difficulty in believing that they may have migrated from the same region. For during the vast geographical and climatal changes which will have supervened since ancient times, almost any amount of migration is possible. But in many other cases, in which we have reason to believe that the species of a genus have been produced within comparatively recent times, there is great difficulty on this head. It is also obvious that the individuals of the same species, though now inhabiting distant and isolated regions, must have proceeded from one spot, where their parents were first produced. For, as explained in the last chapter, it is incredible that individuals identically the same should ever have been produced through natural selection from parents specifically distinct. We are thus brought to the question which has been largely discussed by naturalists, namely whether species have been created at one or more points of the Earth's surface. Undoubtedly, there are very many cases of extreme difficulty in understanding how the same species could possibly have migrated from some one point to the several distant and isolated points where now found. Nevertheless, the simplicity of the view that each species was first produced within a single region captivates the mind. He who rejects it rejects the vera causa of ordinary generation with subsequent migration, and calls in the agency of a miracle. It is universally admitted that in most cases the area inhabited by a species is continuous, and when a plant or animal inhabits 2 points so distant from each other, or with an interval of such that the space could not be easily passed over by migration, the fact is given as something remarkable and exceptional. The capacity of migrating across the sea is more distinctly limited in terrestrial mammals than perhaps in any other organic beings, and accordingly we find no inexplicable cases of the same mammal inhabiting distant points of the world. No geologist will feel any difficulty in such cases as Great Britain having been formerly united to Europe, and consequently possessing the same quadrupeds. But if the same species can be produced at 2 separate points, why do we not find a single mammal common to Europe and Australia or South America? The conditions of life are nearly the same, so that a multitude of European animals and plants have become naturalized in America and Australia, and some of the aboriginal plants are identically the same at these distant points of the northern and southern hemispheres. The answer, as I believe, is that mammals have not been able to migrate, whereas some plants, from their varied means of dispersal, have migrated across the vast and broken interspace. The great and striking influence which barriers of every kind have had on distribution is intelligible only on the view that the great majority of species have been produced on one side alone, and have not been able to migrate to the other side. Some few families, many subfamilies, very many genera, and a still greater number of sections of genera are confined to a single region, and it has been observed by several naturalists that the most natural genera, or those genera in which the species are most closely related to each other, are generally local, or confined to one area. What a strange anomaly it would be if, when coming one step lower in the series, to the individuals of the same species, a directly opposite rule prevailed, and species were not local, but had been produced in 2 or more distinct areas. Hence it seems to me, as it has to many other naturalists, that the view of each species having been produced in one area alone, and having subsequently migrated from that area as far as its powers of migration and subsistence under past impressions permitted, is the most probable. Undoubtedly, many cases occur in which we cannot explain how the same species could have passed from one point to the other. But the geographical and climatal changes which have certainly occurred within recent geological times must have interrupted or rendered discontinuous the formerly continuous rate of many species, so that we are reduced to consider whether the exceptions to continuity of range are so numerous and of so grave a nature that we ought to give up the belief, rendered probable by general considerations, that each species has been produced within one area and has migrated thence as far as it could. It would be hopelessly tedious to discuss all the exceptions of the same species, now living at distant and separated points, nor do I for a moment pretend that any explanation could be offered of many such cases. But after some preliminary remarks, I will discuss a few of the most striking classes of facts, namely the existence of the same species on the summits of distant mountain ranges and at distant points in the Arctic and Antarctic regions, and secondly, in the following chapter, the wide distribution of freshwater productions, and thirdly, the occurrence of the same terrestrial species on islands and on the mainland, though separated by hundreds of miles of open sea. If the existence of the same species at distant and isolated points of the Earth's surface can in many instances be explained on the view of each species having migrated from a single birthplace, then, considering our ignorance with respect to former climatal and geographical changes and various occasional means of transport, the belief that this has been the universal law seems to me incomparably the safest. In discussing this subject, we shall be enabled at the same time to consider a point equally important for us, namely, whether the several distinct species of a genus, which on my theory have all descended from a common progenitor, can have migrated, undergoing modification during some part of their migration, from the area inhabited by their progenitor. If it can be shown to be almost invariably the case that a region of which most of its inhabitants are closely related to, or belong to the same genera that the species of a second region, has probably received at some former period immigrants from this other region, my theory will be strengthened, for we can clearly understand, on the modification, why the inhabitants of a region should be related to those of another region, whence it has been stalked. A volcanic island, for instance, upheaved and formed at the distance of a few hundreds of miles from a continent, would probably receive from it in the course of time a few colonists, and their descendants, though modified, would still be plainly related by inheritance to the inhabitants of the continent. Cases of this nature are common and are, as we shall hereafter more fully see, inexplicable on the theory of independent creation. This view of the relation of species in one region to those in another does not differ much, by substituting the word variety for species, from that lately advanced in an ingenious by Mr. Fielding one. Wallace, in which he concludes that every species has come into existence coincident both in space and time with a pre-existing closely allied species. And I now know from correspondence that this coincidence he attributes to generation with modification. The previous remarks on single and multiple centers of creation do not directly bear on another allied question, namely, whether all the individuals of the same species have descended from a single pair, or single hermaphrodite, or whether, as some authors suppose, from many individuals simultaneously created. With those organic beings which never intercross, if such exist, the species, on my theory, must have descended from a succession of improved varieties, which will never have blended with other individuals or varieties, but will have supplanted each other, so that, at each successive stage of modification and improvement, all the individuals of each variety will have descended from a single parent. But in the majority of cases, namely, with all organisms which habitually unite for each birth, or which often intercross, I believe that during the slow process of modification, the individuals of the species will have been kept nearly uniform by intercrossing, so that many individuals will have gone on simultaneously changing, and the whole amount of modification will not have been due, at each stage, to descend from a single parent. To illustrate what I mean, our English racehorses differ slightly from the horses of every other breed, but they do not owe their difference and superiority to descent from any single pair, but to continued care in selecting and training many individuals during many generations. Before discussing the three classes of facts, which I have selected as presenting the greatest amount of difficulty on the theory of single centers of creation, I must say a few words on the means of dispersal. Means of dispersal. Sir C. Lyell and other authors have ably treated this subject. I can give here only the briefest abstract of the more important facts. Change of climate must have had a powerful influence on migration. When its climate was different, may have been a high road for migration, but now be impassable. I shall, however, presently have to discuss this branch of the subject in some detail. changes of level in the land must also have been highly influential. A narrow isthmus now separates two marine faunas. Submerge it, or let it formerly have been submerged, and the two faunas will now blend or may formerly have blended. Where the sea now extends, land may at a former period have connected islands or possibly even continents together, and thus have allowed terrestrial productions to pass from one to the other. No geologist will dispute that great mutations of level have occurred within the period of existing organisms. Edward Forbes insisted that all the islands in the Atlantic must recently have been connected with Europe or Africa, and Europe likewise with America. Other authors have thus hypothetically bridged over every ocean and have united almost every island to some mainland. If indeed the arguments used by Forbes are to be trusted, it must be admitted that scarcely a single island exists which has not recently been united to some continent. This view cuts the Gordian knot of the dispersal of the same species to the most distant points, and removes many a difficulty. But to the best of my judgment, we are not authorized in admitting such enormous geographical changes within the existing species. It seems to me that we have abundant evidence of great oscillations of level in our continents, but not of such vast changes in their position and extension as to have united them within the recent period to each other and to the several intervening oceanic islands. I freely admit the former existence of many islands, now buried beneath the sea, which may have served as halting places for plants and for many animals during their migration. In the coral-producing oceans, such sunken islands are now marked, as I believe, by rings of coral or atolls standing over them. Whenever it is fully admitted, as I believe it will someday be, that each species has proceeded from a single birthplace, and when in the course of time we know something definite about the means of distribution, we shall be enabled to speculate with security on the former extension of the land. But I do not believe that it will ever be proved that, within the recent period, continents which are now quite separate have been continuous, or almost continuously, united with each other, and with the many existing oceanic islands. Several facts in distribution, such as the great difference in the marine faunas on the opposite sides of almost every continent, the close relation of the tertiary inhabitants of several lands and even seas to their present inhabitants, a certain degree of relation, as we shall hereafter see, between the distribution of mammals and the depth of the sea. These and other such facts seem to me opposed to the admission of such prodigious geographical revolutions within the recent period as are necessitated on the view advanced by Forbes and admitted by his many followers. The number and relative proportions of the inhabitants of oceanic islands likewise seem to me opposed to the belief of their former continuity with continents, nor does their almost universally volcanic composition favor the admission that they are the wrecks of sunken continents. If they had originally existed as mountain ranges on the land, some at least of the islands would have been formed, like other mountain summits, of granite, metamorphic schists, old fossiliferous or other such rocks, instead of consisting of mere piles of volcanic matter. I must now say a few words on what are called accidental means, but which more properly might be called occasional means of distribution. I shall here confine myself to plants. In botanical works, this or that plant is stated to be ill-adapted for wide dissemination, but for transport across the sea, the greater or less facilities may be said to be almost wholly unknown. Until I tried, with Mr. Berkeley's aid, a few experiments, it was not even known how far seeds could resist the injurious action of seawater. To my surprise, I found that out of 87 kinds, 64 germinated after an immersion of 28 days. For convenience sake, I chiefly tried small seeds, without the capsule or fruit, and as all of these sank in a few days, they could not be floated across wide spaces of the sea, whether or not they were injured by the salt water. Afterwards, I tried some larger fruits, capsules, etc., and some of these floated for a long time. It is well known what a difference there is in the buoyancy of green and seasoned timber, and it occurred to me that floods might wash down plants or branches, and that these might be dried on the banks, and then by a fresh rise in the stream be washed into the sea. Hence I was led to dry stems and branches of 94 plants with ripe fruit, and to place them on seawater. The majority sank quickly, but some which whilst green floated for a very short time, when dried floated much longer. For instance, ripe hazelnuts sank immediately, but when dried they floated for 90 days, and afterwards, when planted, they germinated. An asparagus plant with ripe berries floated for 23 days. When dried, it floated for 85 days, and the seeds afterwards germinated. The ripe seeds of helicadium sank in 2 days. When dried, they floated for above 90 days, and afterwards germinated. Altogether, out of the 94 dried plants, 18 floated for above 28 days, and some of the 18 floated for a very much longer period. So that, as 64 else 87 seeds germinated after an immersion of 8 days, and as 1894 plants with ripe fruit, but not all the same species as in the foregoing experiment, floated, after being dried, for above 28 days, as far as we may infer anything from these scanty facts, we may conclude that the seeds of 14 else 100 plants of any country might be floated by sea currents during 28 days, and would retain their power of germination. In Johnston's Physical Atlas, the average rate of the several Atlantic currents is 33 miles per diem, some currents running at the rate of 60 miles per diem. On this average, the seeds of 14 100 plants belonging to one country might be floated across 924 miles of sea to another country, and when stranded, if blown to a favorable spot by an inland gale, they would germinate. Subsequently to my experiments, M. Martins tried ones, but in a much better manner, for he placed the seeds in a box in the actual sea, so that they were alternately wet and exposed to the air like rooting plants. He tried 98 seeds, mostly different from mine, but he chose many large fruits and likewise seeds from plants which live near the sea, and this would have favored the average length of their flotation and of their resistance to the injurious action of the salt water. On the other hand, he did not previously dry the plants or branches with the fruit, and this, as we have seen, would have caused some of them to have floated much longer. The result was that 1898 of his seeds floated for 42 days, and were then capable of germination. But I do not doubt that plants exposed to the waves would float for a less time than those protected from violent movement as in our experiments. Therefore, it would perhaps be safer to assume that the seeds of about 100 plants of a flora, after having been dried, could be floated across a space of sea 900 miles in width, and would then germinate. The fact of the larger fruits often floating longer than the small is interesting, as plants with large seeds or fruit could hardly be transported by any other means, and Alves de Candolle has shown that such plants generally have restricted ranges, but seeds may be occasionally transported in another manner. Drift timber is thrown up on most islands, even on those in the midst of the widest oceans, and the natives of the coral islands in the Pacific procure stones for their tools, solely from the roots of drifted trees, these stones being a valuable royal tax. I found on examination that when irregularly shaped stones are embedded in the roots of trees, small parcels of earth are very frequently enclosed in their interstices and behind them, so perfectly that not a particle could be washed away in the longest transport. Out of one small portion of earth thus completely enclosed by wood and an oak about 50 years old, 3 dicotyledonous plants germinated. I am certain of the accuracy of this observation. Again, I can show that the carcasses of birds, when floating on the sea, sometimes escape being immediately devoured, and seeds of many kinds in the crops of floating birds' longer vitality. Peas and nutches, for instance, are killed by even a few days' immersion in seawater, but some taken out of the crop of a pigeon, which had floated on artificial salt water for 30 years. To my surprise, nearly all germinated. Living birds can hardly fail to be highly effective agents in the transportation of seeds. I could give many facts showing how frequently birds of many kinds are blown by gales to vast distances across the ocean. We may, I think, safely assume that under such circumstances, their rate of flight would often be 35 miles an hour, and some authors have given a far higher estimate. I have never seen an instance of nutritious seeds passing through the intestines of a bird, but hard seeds of fruit will pass uninjured through even the digestive organs of a turkey. In the course of 2 months, I picked up in my garden 12 kinds of seeds out of the excrement of small birds, and these seemed perfect, and some of them, which I tried, germinated. But the following fact is more important. The crops of birds do not secrete gastric juice, and do not in the least injure, as I know by trial, the germination of seeds. Now, after a bird has found and devoured a large supply of food, it is positively asserted that all the grains do not pass into the gizzard for 12 or even 18 hours. A bird in this interval might easily be blown to the distance of 500 miles, and hawks are known to look out for tired birds, and the contents of their torn crops might thus run scattered. Mr. Primary's Kanavrov Brett informs me that a friend of his had flying carrier pigeons from France to England, as the hawks on the English coast destroyed so many on their arrival. Some hawks and owls bolt their prey whole, and after an interval of from 12 to hours, to pellets, which, as I know from experiments made in the zoological gardens, include seeds of germination. Some seeds of the oat, wheat, millet, canary, hemp, clover, and beet germinated after having been from 12 to 21 hours in the stomachs of different birds of prey, and 2 seeds of beet grew after having been thus for 2 days and 14 hours. Freshwater fish, I find, eat seeds of many land and water plants. Fish are frequently devoured by birds, and thus the seeds might be transported from place to place. I forced many kinds of seeds into the stomachs of dead fish, and then gave their bodies to fishing eagles, storks, and pelicans. These birds, after an interval of many hours, either rejected the seeds and pellets or passed them in their excrement, and several of these seeds retained their power of germination. Certain seeds, however, were always killed by this process. Although the beaks and feet of birds are generally quite clean, I can show that earth sometimes adheres to them. In one instance, I removed 22 grains of dry argillaceous earth from 1 foot of a partridge, and in this earth there was a pebble quite as large as the seed of a vetch. Thus, seeds might occasionally be transported to great distances, for many facts showing that soil almost everywhere is charged with seeds. Reflect for a moment on the millions of quails which annually cross the Mediterranean, and can we doubt that the earth adhering to their feet would sometimes include a few minute seeds? But I shall presently have to recur to this subject. As icebergs are known to be sometimes loaded with earth and stones, and have even carried brushwood, bones, and the nest of a land bird, I can hardly doubt that they must occasionally have transported seeds from one part to another of the Arctic and Antarctic regions, as suggested by Lyell, and during the glacial period from one part of the now temperate regions to another. In the Azores, from the large number of the species of plants common to Europe, in comparison with the plants of other oceanic islands nearer to the mainland, and, as remarked by Mr. H.C. Watson, from the somewhat northern character of the flora in comparison with the latitude, I suspected that these islands had been partly stocked by ice-borne seeds during the glacial epoch. At my request, Sir C. Lyell wrote to M. Hartung to inquire whether he had observed erratic boulders on these islands, and he answered that he had found large fragments of granite and other rocks, which do not occur in the archipelago. Hence we may safely infer that icebergs formerly landed their rocky burthens on the shores of these mid-ocean islands. Considering that the several above means of transport, and that several other means, which without doubt remain to be discovered, have been in action year after year, for centuries and tens of thousands of years. It would, I think, be a marvelous fact if many plants had not thus become widely transported. These means of transport are sometimes called accidental, but this is not strictly correct. The currents of the sea are not accidental, nor is the direction of prevalent gales of wind. It should be observed that scarcely any means of transport would carry seeds for very great distances, for seeds do not retain their vitality when exposed for a great length of time to the action of seawater, nor could they be long carried in the crops or intestines of birds. These means, however, would suffice for occasional transport across tracts of sea some 100 miles in breadth, or from island to island, or from a continent to a neighboring island, but not from one distant continent to another. The floras of distant continents would not by such means become mingled in any great degree, but would remain as distinct as we now see them to be. The currents, from their course, would never bring seeds from North America to Britain, though they might and do bring seeds from the West Indies to our western shores, where, if not killed by so long an immersion in salt water, they could not endure our climate. Almost every year, 1 or 2 land birds are blown across the whole Atlantic Ocean, from North America to the western shores of Ireland and England, but seeds could be transported by these wanderers only by one means, namely, in dirt sticking to their feet, which is in itself a rare accident. Even in this case, how small would the chance be of a seed falling on favorable soil and coming to maturity? But it would be a great error to argue that because a well-stocked island like Great Britain has not, as far as is known, and it would be very difficult to prove this, received within the last few centuries, through occasional means of transport, immigrants from Europe or any other continent, that a poorly stocked island, though standing more remote from the mainland, would not receive colonists by similar means. I do not doubt that out of 20 seeds or animals transported to an island, even if far less well-stocked than Britain, scarcely more than one would be so well fitted to its new home as to become naturalized. But this, as it seems to me, is no valid argument against what would be effected by occasional means of transport during the long lapse of geological time, whilst an island was being upheaved and formed, and before it had become fully stocked inhabitants. On almost bare land, with few or no destructive insects or birds living there, nearly every seed which chanced to arrive would be sure to germinate and survive. Dispersal during the glacial period. The identity of many plants and animals on mountain summits, separated from each other by hundreds of miles of lowlands, where the alpine species could not possibly exist, is one of the most striking cases known of the same species living at distant points, without the apparent possibility of their having migrated from one to the other. It is indeed a remarkable fact to see so many of the same plants living on the snowy regions of the Alps and in the extreme northern parts of Europe, but it is far more remarkable that the plants on the White Mountains in the United States of America are all the same with those of Labrador, and nearly all the same, as we hear from Asa Gray, with those on the loftiest mountains of Europe. Even as long ago as 1747, such facts led Jean Allen to conclude that the same species must have been independently created at several distinct points, and we might have remained in this same belief had not Agassiz and others called vivid attention to the glacial period, which, as we shall immediately see, affords a simple explanation of these facts. We have evidence of almost every conceivable kind, organic and inorganic, that within a very recent geological period, Central Europe and North America suffered under an Arctic climate. The ruins of a house burned by fire do not tell their tale more plainly than do the mountains of Scotland and Wales, with their scored flanks, polished surfaces, and perched boulders, of the icy streams with which their valleys were lately filled. So greatly has the climate of Europe changed
but in northern Italy, gigantic moraines, left by old glaciers, are now clothed by the vine and maize. Throughout a large part of the United States, erratic boulders and rocks scored by drifted icebergs and coast ice plainly reveal a former cold period.
The former influence of the glacial climate on the distribution of the inhabitants of Europe, as explained with remarkable clearness by Edward Forbes, is substantially as follows. But we shall follow the changes more readily, by supposing a new glacial period to come slowly on, and then pass away, as formerly occurred. As the cold came on, and as each more southern zone became fitted for Arctic beings and ill-fitted for their former more temperate inhabitants, the latter would be supplanted and Arctic productions would take their places. The inhabitants of the more temperate regions would at the same time travel southward, unless they were stopped by barriers, in which case they would perish. The mountains would become covered with snow and ice, and their former alpine inhabitants would descend to the plains. By the time that the cold had reached its maximum, we should have a uniform Arctic fauna and flora covering the central parts of Europe, as far south as the Alps and Pyrenees, and even stretching into Spain.
The now temperate regions of the United States would likewise be covered by Arctic plants and animals, and these would be nearly the same with those of Europe. For the present circumpolar inhabitants, which we suppose to have everywhere traveled southward, are remarkably uniform round the world. We may suppose that the glacial period came on a little earlier or later in North America than in Europe, so will the southern migration there have been a little earlier or later in North America than in Europe, so will the southern migration there have been a little earlier or later in North America than in Europe. So will the southern migration there have been a little earlier or later in North America than in Europe. So southern migration there have been a little earlier or later, but this will make no difference in the final result. And as the snow melted from the bases of the mountains, the Arctic forms would seize on the cleared and thawed ground, always ascending higher and higher as the warmth increased, whilst their brethren were pursuing their northern journey. Hence, when the warmth had fully returned, the same Arctic species which had lately lived in a body together on the lowlands of the Old and New Worlds would be left isolated on distant mountain summits, having been exterminated on all lesser heights, and in the Arctic regions of both hemispheres. Thus we can understand the identity of many plants at points so immensely remote as on the mountains of the United States and of Europe.
We can thus also understand the fact that the alpine plants of each mountain range are more especially related to the Arctic forms living due north or nearly due north of them, for the migration as the cold on and the remigration on the returning warmth generally have been due south and north. The alpine plants, for example, of Scotland, as remarked by Mr. H.C. Watson, and those of the Pyrenees, as remarked by Raymond, are more especially allied to the plants of northern Scandinavia, those of the United States to Labrador, those of the mountains of Siberia to the Arctic regions of that country. These views, grounded as they are on the perfectly well ascertained occurrence of a former glacial period, seem to me to explain in so satisfactory a manner the present distribution of the alpine and Arctic productions of Europe and America, that, when in other regions we find the same species on distant mountain summits, we may almost conclude without other evidence that a colder climate permitted their former migration across the low intervening tracts, since become too warm for their existence. If the climate since the glacial period has ever been in any degree warmer than at present, as some geologists in the United States believe to have been chiefly from the distribution of the fossil Gnathodon, then the Arctic and temperate productions will at a very late period have marched a little further north and subsequently have retreated to their present homes. But I have met with no satisfactory evidence with respect to this intercalated slightly warmer period since the glacial period. The Arctic forms during their long southern migration and remigration northward will have been exposed to nearly the same climate, and, as is especially to be noticed, they will have kept in a body together. Consequently, their mutual relations will not have been much disturbed, and, in accordance with those inculcated in this volume, they will not have been liable to much modification. But with our alpine productions, left isolated from the moment of the returning warmth, first at the bases and ultimately on the summits of the mountains, the case will have been somewhat different, for it is not likely that all the same Arctic species will have been left on mountain ranges distant from each other, and have survived there ever since. They will also, in all probability, have become mingled with ancient alpine species, which must have existed on the mountains before the commencement of the glacial epoch, and which during its coldest period will have been temporarily driven down to the plains. They will also have been exposed to somewhat different climatal influences.
The mutual relations will thus have been in some degree disturbed. Consequently, they will have been liable to modification, and this we find has been the case. For if we compare the present alpine plants and animals of the several great European mountain ranges, though very many of the species are identically the same, some present varieties, some are ranked as doubtful forms, and some few are distinct yet closely allied or representative species. In illustrating what, as I believe, actually took place during the glacial period, I assumed that at its commencement the Arctic productions were as uniform round the polar regions as they are at the present day.
But the foregoing remarks on distribution apply not only to strictly Arctic forms, but also to many subarctic and to some few northern temperate forms, for some of these are the same on the lower mountains and on the plains of North America and Europe. And it may be reasonably asked how I account for the necessary degree of uniformity of the subarctic and northern temperate forms around the world at the commencement of the glacial period. At the present day, the subarctic and northern temperate productions of the Old and New Worlds are separated from each other by the Atlantic Ocean and by the extreme northern part of the Pacific. During the glacial period, when the inhabitants of the Old and New Worlds lived further southwards than at present, they must have been still more completely separated by wider spaces of ocean. I believe the above difficulty may be surmounted by looking to still earlier changes of climate of an opposite nature. We have good reason to believe that during the newer Pliocene, before the glacial epoch, and whilst the majority of the inhabitants of the world were specifically the same as now, the climate was warmer than at the present day. Hence we may suppose that the organisms now living under the climate of latitude 60 degrees during the Pliocene period lived further north under the polar circle in latitude 66 degrees 67 deg, and that the strictly Arctic productions then lived on the broken land still nearer to the pole. Now, if we look at a globe, we shall see that under the polar circle there is almost continuous land from Western Europe through Siberia to Eastern America, and to this continuity of the circumpolar lands, and to the consequent freedom for intermigration under a more favorable climate, I attribute the necessary amount of uniformity in the subarctic and northern temperate productions of the Old and New Worlds at a period anterior to the glacial epoch. Believing, from reasons before alluded to, that our continents have long remained in nearly the same relative position, though subjected to large but partial oscillations of level, I am strongly inclined to extend the above view, and to infer that during some earlier and still warmer period, such as the older Pliocene period, a large number of the same plants and animals inhabited the almost continuous circumpolar land, and that these plants and animals, both in the Old and New Worlds, began slowly to migrate southwards as the climate became less warm, long before the commencement of the glacial period. We now see, as I believe, their descendants, most in a modified condition, in the central parts of Europe and the United States. On this view, we can understand the relationship, with very little identity, between the productions of North America and Europe, a relationship which is most remarkable considering the distance of the two areas and their separation by the Atlantic Ocean. We can further understand the singular fact remarked on by several observers, that the productions of Europe and America during the later tertiary stages were more closely related to each other than they are at the present time. For during these warmer periods, the northern parts of the Old and New Worlds will have been almost continuously united by land, serving as a bridge, since rendered impassable by cold, for the intermigration of their inhabitants. During the slowly decreasing warmth of the Pliocene period, as soon as the species in common, which inhabited the New and Old Worlds, migrated south of the polar circle, they must have been completely cut off from each other. This separation, as far as the more temperate productions are concerned, took place long ages ago, and as the plants and animals migrated southward, they will have become mingled in the one great region with the Native American productions and have had to compete with them, and in the other great region with those of the Old World. Consequently, we have here everything favorable for much modification, for far more modification than with the alpine productions, left isolated within a much more recent period on the several mountain ranges and on the Arctic lands of the two worlds. Hence it has come that when we compare the now living productions of the temperate regions of the New and Old Worlds, we find very few identical species, though Asa Gray has lately shown that more plants are identical than was formerly supposed. But we find in every great class many forms, which some naturalists rank as geographical races, and others as distinct species, and a host of closely allied or representative forms which are ranked by all naturalists as specifically distinct. As on the land, so in the waters of the sea, a slow southern migration of a marine fauna, which during the Pliocene, or even a somewhat earlier period, was nearly uniform along the continuous shores of the polar circle, will account, on the theory of modification, for many closely allied forms now living in areas completely sundered. Thus, I think, we can understand the presence of many existing and tertiary representative forms on the eastern and western shores of temperate North America, and the still more striking case of many closely allied crustaceans, as described in Dana's admirable work, of some fish and other marine animals in the Mediterranean and in the seas of Japan, areas now separated by a continent and by nearly a hemisphere of equatorial ocean. These cases of relationship without identity of the inhabitants of seas now disjoined, and likewise of the past and present inhabitants of the temperate lands of North America and Europe, are inexplicable on the theory of creation. We cannot say that they have been created alike, in correspondence with the nearly similar physical conditions of the areas. For if we compare, for instance, certain parts of South America with the southern continents of the Old World, we see countries closely corresponding in all their physical conditions, but with their inhabitants utterly dissimilar. But we must return to our more immediate subject, the glacial period. I am convinced that Forbes's view may be largely extended. In Europe, we have the plainest evidence of the cold period, from the western shores of Britain to the Ural, and southward to the Pyrenees. We may infer from the frozen mammals and nature of the mountain vegetation that Siberia was similar. Along the Himalaya, at points 900 miles apart, glaciers have left the marks of their former low descent, and in Sikkim, Dr. Hooker saw maize growing on ancient moraines. South of the equator, we have some direct evidence of glacial action in the southeastern corner of Australia. Looking to America, in the northern half, ice-borne fragments of rock have been observed on the eastern side as far south as Lat. 36 depression to vast mound of detritus, about 800 feet in height, crossing a valley of the Andes, and this I now feel convinced was a gigantic moraine, left far below any existing glacier. Further south on both sides of the continent, from Lat. 41° to the southernmost extremity, we have the clearest evidence of former glacial action, in huge boulders transported far from their parent source. We do not know that the glacial epoch was strictly simultaneous at these several far distant points on opposite sides of the world, but we have good evidence in almost every case that the epoch was included within the latest geological period. We have also excellent evidence that it endured for an enormous time as measured by years at each point. The cold may have come on, or have ceased, earlier at one point of the globe than at another, but seeing that it endured for long at each, and that it was contemporaneous in a geological sense, it seems to me probable that it was, during a part at least of the period, actually simultaneous throughout the world. Without some distinct evidence to the contrary, we may at least admit as probable that the glacial action was simultaneous on the eastern and western sides of North America, in the Cordillera under the equator and under the warmer temperate zones, and on both sides of the southern extremity of the continent. If this be admitted, it is difficult to avoid believing that the temperature of the whole world was at this period simultaneously cooler. But it would suffice for my purpose if the temperature was at the same time lower along certain broad belts of longitude. On this view of the whole world, or at least of broad longitudinal belts, having been simultaneously colder from pole to pole, much light can be thrown on the present distribution of identical and allied species. In America, Dr. Hooker has shown that between 40 and 50 of the flowering plants of Tierra del Fuego, forming considerable scanty flora, are common to Europe, enormously remote as these 2 points are. And there are many closely allied species. On the lofty mountains of equatorial America, a host of peculiar species belonging to European genera occur. On the highest mountains of Brazil, some few European genera were found by Gardner, which do not exist in the wide intervening hot countries. So on the Silla of Caracas, the illustrious Humboldt long ago found species belonging to genera characteristic of the Cordillera. On the mountains of Abyssinia, several European forms and some few representatives of the peculiar flora of the Cape of Good Hope occur. At the Cape of Good Hope, a very few European species, believed not to have been introduced by man, and on the mountains, some few representative European forms and some few representative European forms are found, which have not been discovered in the intertropical parts of Africa. On the Himalaya, and on the isolated mountain of the peninsula of India, on the heights of Ceylon, and on the volcanic cones of Java, many plants occur, either identically the same or represent other, and at the same time representing plants of Europe, not found in the intervening hot lowlands. A list of the genera collected on the loftier peaks of Java raises a picture of a collection made on a hill in Europe. Still more striking is the fact that southern Australian forms are clearly represented by plants growing on the summits of the mountains of Borneo. Some of these Australian forms, as I hear from Dr. Hooker, extend along the heights of the peninsula of Malacca and are thinly scattered on the one hand over India and on the other as far north as Japan. On the southern mountains of Australia, Dr. F. Muller has discovered several European species. Other species, not introduced by man, occur on the lowlands, and a long list can be given as I am informed by Dr. Burnley. Hooker of European genera found in Australia, but not in the intermediate torrid regions. In the admirable Introduction to the Flora of New Zealand by Dr. Hooker, analogous and striking facts are given in regard to the plants of that large island. Hence we see that throughout the plants growing on the more lofty mountains, and on the temperate lowlands of the northern and southern hemispheres, are sometimes identically the same, but they are much oftener specifically distinct, though related to each other in a most remarkable manner. This brief abstract applies to plants alone. Some strictly analogous facts could be given on the distribution of terrestrial animals. In marine productions, similar cases occur. As an example, I may quote a remark by the highest authority, Professor Dana, that it is certainly a wonderful fact that New Zealand should have a closer resemblance in its crustacea to Great Britain, its antipoda, than to any other part of the world. Sir J. Richardson also speaks of the reappearance on the shores of New Zealand, Tasmania, etc., of northern forms of fish. Dr. Hooker informs me that 25 species of algae are common to New Zealand and to Europe, but have not been found in the intermediate tropical seas. It should be observed that the northern species and forms found in the southern parts of the southern hemisphere and on the mountain ranges of the intertropical regions are not Arctic but belong to the northern temperate zones. As Mr. H.C. Watson has recently remarked, in receding from polar towards equatorial latitudes, the alpine or mountain floras really become less and less Arctic. Many of the forms living on the mountains of the warmer regions of the Earth and in the southern hemisphere are of doubtful value, being ranked by some naturalists as specifically distinct, by others as varieties, but some are certainly identical, and many, though closely related to northern forms, must be ranked as distinct species. Now let us see what light can be thrown on the foregoing facts, on the belief, supported as it is by a large body of geological evidence, that the whole world, or a large part of it, was during the glacial period simultaneously much colder than at present. The glacial period, as it is by a large body of geological evidence, that the glacial period, as measured by years, must have been very long, and when we remember over what vast spaces some naturalized plants and animals have spread within a few centuries, this period will have been ample for any amount of migration. As the cold came slowly on, all the tropical plants and other productions will have retreated from both sides towards the equator, followed in the rear by the temperate productions, and these by the Arctic. But with the latter we are not now concerned. The tropical plants probably suffered much extinction. How much no one can say. Perhaps formerly the tropics supported as many species as we see at the present day crowded together at the Cape of Good Hope, and in parts of temperate Australia. As we know that many tropical plants and animals can withstand a considerable amount of cold, many might have escaped extermination during a moderate fall of temperature, more especially by escaping into the warmest spots. But the great fact to bear in mind is that all tropical productions will have suffered to a certain extent. On the other hand, the temperate productions, after migrating nearer to the equator, though they will have been placed under somewhat new conditions, will have suffered less. And it is certain that many temperate plants, if protected from the inroads of competitors, can withstand a much warmer climate than their own. Hence, it seems to me possible, bearing in mind that the tropical productions were in a suffering state and could not have presented a firm front against intruders, that a certain number of the more vigorous and dominant temperate forms might have penetrated the native ranks and have reached or even crossed the equator. The invasion would, of course, have been greatly favored by high land, and perhaps by a dry climate. For Dr. Falconer informs me that it is the damp with the heat of the tropics which is so destructive to perennial plants from a temperate climate. On the other hand, the most humid and hottest districts will have afforded an asylum to the tropical natives. The mountain ranges northwest of the Himalaya and the long line of the Cordillera seem to have afforded two great lines of invasion. And it is a striking fact, lately communicated to me by Dr. Hooker, that all the flowering plants, about 46 in number, common to Tierra del Fuego and to Europe, still exist in North America, which must have lain on the line of march. But I do not doubt that some temperate productions entered and crossed even the lone lands of the tropics at the period when the cold was most intense, when Arctic forms had migrated some 25 degrees of latitude from their native country, and covered the land at the foot of the Pyrenees. At this period of extreme cold, I believe that the climate under the equator at the level of the sea was about the same with that now felt there at the height of 6,000 or 7,000 feet. During this, the coldest period, I suppose that large spaces of the tropical lowlands were clothed with a mingled tropical and temperate vegetation, like that now growing with strange luxuriance at the base of the Himalaya, as graphically described by Hooker. Thus, as I believe a considerable number of plants, a few terrestrial animals, and some marine productions migrated during the glacial period from the northern and southern temperate zones into the intertropical regions, and some even crossed the equator. As the warmth returned, these temperate forms would naturally ascend the higher mountains, being exterminated on the lowlands. Those which had not reached the equator would remigrate northward or southward towards their former homes, but the forms, chiefly northern, which had crossed the equator, would travel still further from their homes into the more temperate latitudes of the opposite hemisphere. Although we have reason to believe from geological evidence that the whole body of Arctic shells underwent scarcely any modification during their long southern migration and remigration northward, the case may have been wholly different with those intruding forms which settled themselves on the intertropical mountains and in the southern hemisphere. These being surrounded by strangers will have had to compete with many new forms of life, and it is probable that selected modifications in their structure, habits, and constitutions will have profited them. Thus, many of these wanderers, though still plainly related by inheritance to their brethren of the northern or southern hemispheres, now exist in their new homes as well-marked varieties or as distinct species. It is a remarkable fact, strongly insisted on by Hooker in regard to America, and by de Candolle in regard to Australia, that many more identical plants and allied forms have apparently migrated from the north to the south, than in a reverse direction. We see, however, a few southern vegetable forms on the mountains of Borneo and Abyssinia. I suspect that this preponderant migration from north to south is due to the greater extent of land in the north, and to the northern forms having existed in their own homes in greater numbers, and having consequently been advanced through natural selection and competition to a higher stage of perfection or dominating power than the southern forms, and thus, when they became commingled during the glacial period, the northern forms were enabled to beat the less powerful southern forms. Just in the same manner as we see at the present day, that very many European productions cover the ground in La Plata, and in a lesser degree in Australia, and have to a certain extent beaten the natives, whereas extremely few southern forms have become naturalized part of Europe, though hides, wool, and other objects likely to carry seeds have been largely imported into Europe during the last 2 or 3 centuries from La Plata, and during the last 30 or 40 years from Australia. Something of the same kind must have occurred on the intertropical mountains. No doubt before the glacial period they were stocked with endemic alpine forms, but these have almost everywhere largely yielded to the more dominant forms, generated in the larger areas and more efficient workshops of the north. In many islands, the native productions are nearly equaled or even outnumbered by the naturalized, and if the natives have not been actually exterminated, their numbers have been greatly reduced, and this is the first stage towards extinction. A mountain is an island on the land, and the intertropical mountains before the glacial period must have been completely isolated, and I believe that the productions of these islands on the land yielded to those produced within the larger areas of the north, just in the same way as the productions of real islands have everywhere lately yielded to continental forms, naturalized by man's agency. I am far from supposing that all difficulties are removed on the view here given in regard to the range and affinities of the allied species which live in the northern and southern temperate zones and on the mountains of the intertropical regions. Very many difficulties removed on the view here given in regard to the range and affinities of the allied species which live in the northern and southern temperate zones and on the mountains of the intertropical regions. Very many difficulties removed on the view here given in regard to the range and affinities of the allied species which live career passicles. I do not pretend to indicate the exact lines and means of migration, or the reason why certain species and not others have migrated, why certain species have been modified and have given rise to new groups of forms, and others have remained unaltered. We cannot hope to explain such facts until we can say why one species and not another becomes naturalized by man's agency in a foreign land, why one ranges twice or thrice as far, and is twice or thrice as common, as another species within their own homes. I have said that many difficulties remain to be solved. Some of the most remarkable are stated with admirable clearness by Dr. Hooker in his botanical works on the Antarctic regions. These cannot be here discussed. I will only say that as far as regards the occurrence of identical species at points so enormously remote as Kerguelen Land, New Zealand, and Fuegia, I believe that towards the close of the glacial period, icebergs, as suggested by Lyell, have been largely concerned in their dispersal. Existence of several quite distinct species belonging to genera exclusively confined to the south, at these and other distant points of the southern hemisphere, is, on my theory of descent with modification, a far more remarkable case of difficulty. For some of these species are so distinct that we cannot suppose that there has been time since the commencement of the glacial period for their migration, and for their subsequent modification to the necessary degree. The facts seem to me to indicate that peculiar and very distinct species have met in radiating lines from some common center, and I am inclined to look in the southern, as in the northern hemisphere, to a former and warmer period, before the commencement of the glacial period, when the Antarctic lands, now covered with, supported a highly peculiar and isolated flora. I suspect that before this flora was exterminated by the glacial epoch, forms were widely dispersed to various points of the southern hemisphere by occasional means of transport, and by the aid, as halting places, of existing and now sunken islands, and perhaps at the commencement of the glacial period, by icebergs. By these means, as I believe, the southern shores of America, Australia, New Zealand, have become slightly tinted by the same peculiar forms of vegetable life. Sir C. Lyell, in a striking passage, has speculated, in language almost identical with mine, on the effects of great alternations of climate on geographical distribution. I believe that the world has recently felt one of his great cycles of change, and that on this view, combined with modification through natural selection, of all two of facts in the present distribution both of the same and of allied forms of life, can be explained. The living waters may be said to have flowed during one short period from the north and from the south, and to have crossed at the equator, but to have flowed with greater force from the north, so as to have freely inundated the south. As the tide leaves its drift in horizontal lines, though rising higher on the shores where the tide rises highest, so have the living waters left their living drift on our mountain summits, in a line gently rising from the Arctic lowlands to a great height under the equator. The various beings thus left stranded may be compared with savage races of man, driven up and surviving in the mountain fastnesses of almost every land, which serve as a record, full of interest to us, of the former inhabitants of the surrounding lowlands. Chapter 12. Geographical Description. Continued. Distribution of freshwater productions. On the inhabitants of oceanic islands. Absence of batrachians and of terrestrial mammals. On the relation of the inhabitants of islands to those of the nearest mainland. On pollinization from the nearest source with subsequent modifications. Summary of the last and present chapters. As lakes and river systems are separated from each other by barriers of land, it might have been thought that freshwater productions would not have ranged widely within the same country, and as the sea is apparently a still more impassable barrier, that they never would have extended to distant countries. But the case is exactly the reverse. Not only have many freshwater species, belonging to quite different classes, an enormous range, but allied species prevail in a remarkable manner throughout the world. I well remember, when first collecting fresh waters of Brazil, feeling much surprise at the similarity of the freshwater insects, shells, etc., and at the dissimilarity of the surrounding terrestrial beings, compared with those of Britain. But this power in freshwater productions of ranging widely, though so unexpected, can, I think, in most be explained by their having become fitted in a manner highly useful to them for short and frequent migrations from pond to pond, or from stream to stream, and liability to wide dispersal would follow from this capacity as an almost necessary consequence. We can here consider only a few cases. In regard to fish, I believe that the same species never occur in the fresh waters of distant continents, but on the same continent the species often range widely and almost capriciously, for two river systems will have some fish in common and some different. A few facts seem to favor the possibility of their occasional transport by accidental means, like that of the live fish not rarely dropped by whirlwinds in India, and the vitality of their ova when removed from the water. But I am inclined to attribute the dispersal of freshwater fish mainly to slight changes within the recent period in the level of the land, having caused rivers to flow into each other. Instances also could be given of this having occurred floods without any change of level. We have evidence in the loess of the Rhine of considerable changes of level in the land within a very recent geological period, and when the surface was peopled by existing land and freshwater shells. The wide difference of the fish on opposite sides of continuous mountain ranges, which from an early period must have parted river systems and completely prevented their inosculation, seems to lead to this same conclusion. With respect to allied freshwater fish occurring at very distant points of the world, no doubt there are many cases which cannot at present be explained. But some freshwater fish belong to very ancient forms, and in such cases there will have been ample time for great geographical changes, and consequently time and means for much migration.
In the second place, saltwater fish can with care be slowly accustomed to live in fresh water, and according to Valenciennes, there is hardly a single group of fishes confined exclusively to fresh water, so that we may imagine that a marine member of a freshwater group might travel far along the shores of the sea and subsequently become modified and adapted to the fresh waters of a distant land. Some species of freshwater shells have a very wide range, and allied species, which, on my theory, are descended from a common parent and must have proceeded from a single source, prevail throughout the world.
Their distribution at first perplexed me much, as their ova are not likely to be transported by birds, and they are immediately killed by seawater, as are the adults. I could not even understand how some naturalized species have rapidly spread throughout the same country. But two facts, which I have observed, and no doubt many others we observed, throw some light on this subject. When a duck suddenly emerges from a pond covered with duckweed, I have twice seen these little plants adhering to its back, and it has happened to me, in removing a little duckweed from one aquarium to another, that I have quite unintentionally shocked the one with freshwater shells from the other. But another agency is perhaps more effectual. I suspended a duck's feet, which might represent those of a bird sleeping in a natural pond, in an aquarium, where many ova of freshwater shells were hatching, and I found that numbers of the extremely minute and just hatched shells crawled on the feet, and clung to them so firmly that when taken out of the water they could not be jarred off, though at a somewhat more advanced age they would voluntarily drop off. These just hatched mollusks, though aquatic in their nature, survived on the duck's feet in damp air from 12 to 20 hours, and in this length of time a duck or heron might fly at least 600 or 700 miles, and would be sure to alight on a pool or rivulet if blown across sea to an oceanic island, or to any other distant point. Sir Charles Lyell also informs me that a Ditticus has been caught with an ancellus, a freshwater shell like a limpet, firmly adhering to it, and a water beetle of the same family, a Colimbetes once flew on board the Beagle, when 45 miles distant from the nearest land. How much farther it might have flown with a favoring gale, no one can tell. With respect to plants, It has long been known what enormous ranges many freshwater and even marsh species have, both over continents and to the most remote oceanic islands. This is strikingly shown, as remarked by alpha decandole in large groups of terrestrial plants, which have only a very few aquatic members. For these latter seem immediately to acquire, as if in consequence, a very wide. I think favorable means of dispersal explain this fact. I have before mentioned that Earth though rarely, adheres in some quantity to the feet and beaks of birds. Wading birds, which frequent the muddy edges of ponds, if suddenly flushed, would be the most likely to have muddy feet. Birds of this order, I can show, are the greatest wanderers, and are occasionally found on the most remote and barren islands in the open ocean. They would not be likely to alight on the surface of the sea, so that the dirt would not be washed off their feet. When making land, they would be sure to fly to their natural freshwater haunts. I do not believe that botanists are aware how charged the mud of ponds is with seeds. I have tried several little experiments, but will here give only the most striking case. I took in February 3 tablespoonfuls of mud from 3 different points beneath water on the edge of a little pond. This mud, when dry, weighed only 6 ounces. I kept it covered up in my study for 6 months, pulling up and counting each plant as it grew. The plants were of many kinds, and were altogether 537 in number, and yet the viscid mud was all contained in a breakfast cup. Considering these facts, I think it would be an inexplicable circumstance if water birds did not transport the seeds of freshwater plants to vast distances, and if consequently the range of these plants was not very great. The same agency may have come into play with the eggs of some of the smaller freshwater animals. Other and unknown agencies probably have also played a part. I have stated that freshwater fish eat some kinds of seeds, though they reject many other kinds after having swallowed them. Even small fish swallow seeds of moderate size, as of the yellow water lily and potamogeddon. Herons and other birds, century after century, have gone on daily devouring fish. They then take flight and go to other waters, or are blown across the sea, and we have seen that seeds retain their power of germination when rejected in pellets or in excrement, many hours afterwards. When I saw the great size of the seeds of that fine water lily, the nelumbium, and remembered Alf. De Candolle's remarks on this plant, I thought that its distribution must remain quite inexplicable. But Audubon states that he found the seeds of the great southern water lily, probably according to Dr. Grain, Hooker, the nelumbium luteum in a heron's stomach. Although I do not know the fact, yet analogy makes me believe that a heron flying to another pond and getting a hearty meal of fish would probably reject from its stomach a pellet containing the seeds of the nelumbium undigested, or the seeds might be dropped by the bird whilst feeding its young, in the same way as fish are known sometimes to be dropped. In considering these several means of distribution, it should be remembered that when a pond or stream is first formed, for instance, on a rising islet, it will be unoccupied, and a single seed or egg will have a good chance of succeeding. Although there will always be a struggle for life between the individuals of the species, however few, already occupying any pond, yet, as the number of kinds is small, compared with those on the land, the competition will probably be less severe between aquatic than between terrestrial species. Consequently, an intruder from the waters of a foreign country would have a better chance of seizing on a place than in the case of terrestrial colonists. We should also remember that some, perhaps many, freshwater productions are low in the scale of nature, and that we have reason to believe that such low beings change or become modified less quickly than the high, and this will give longer time than the average function of the same aquatic species. We should not forget the probability of many species having formerly as continuously as freshwater productions ever can range over immense areas and having subsequently become extinct in inner regions. But the wide distribution of freshwater plants and of the lower animals whether retaining the same identical form or in some degree modified, I believe mainly depends on the wide dispersal of their seeds and eggs by animals, more especially by freshwater birds, which have large powers of flight, and naturally travel from one to another and often distant piece of water. Nature, like a careful gardener, thus takes her seeds from a bed of a particular nature, and drops them in another equally well fitted for them. On the inhabitants of Oceanica's lands, we now come to the last of the three classes of facts, which I have selected as presenting the greatest amount of difficulty, on the view that all the individuals, both of the same and of allied species, have descended from a single parent, and therefore have all proceeded from a common birthplace, notwithstanding that in the course of time they have come to inhabit distant points of the globe. I have already stated that I cannot honestly admit Forbes's view on continental extensions, which, if legitimately followed out, would lead to the belief that within the recent period all existing islands have been nearly or quite joined to some continent. This view would remove many difficulties, but it would not, I think, explain all the facts in regard to insular productions. In the following remarks I shall not confine myself to the mere question of dispersal, but shall consider some other facts which bear on the truth of the two theories of independent creation and of descent with modification. The species of all kinds which inhabit oceanic islands are few in number compared with those on equal continental areas. Alf. de Candolis admits this for plants, and Wollaston for insects. If we look to the large size and varied stations of New Zealand, extending over 780 miles of latitude, and compare its flowering plants, only 750 in number, with those on an equal area at the Cape of Good Hope or in Australia, we must, I think, admit that something quite independently different in physical conditions has caused so great a difference in number. Even the uniform county of Cambridge has 847 plants, and the little island of Anglesey 764, but a few ferns and a few introduced plants are included in these numbers, and the comparison in some other respects is not quite fair. We have evidence that the barren island of Ascension aboriginally possessed under half a dozen flowering plants, yet many have become naturalized on it, on New Zealand, and on every other oceanic island which can be named. In St. Helena, there is reason to believe that the naturalized plants and animals have nearly or quite exterminated many native productions. He who admits the doctrine of the creation of each separate species will have to admit that a sufficient number of the best adapted plants and animals have not been created on oceanic islands, for man has unintentionally stocked them from various sources far more fully and perfectly than has nature. Although in oceanic islands the number of kinds of inhabitants is scanty, the proportion of endemic species, i.e. those found nowhere else in the world, is often extremely large. If we compare, for instance, the number of the endemic land shells in Madeira or of the endemic birds in the Galapagos archipelago with the number found on any continent, and then compare the area of the islands with that of the continent, we shall see that this is true. This fact might have been expected on my theory, for, as already explained, species occasionally arriving after long intervals in a new and isolated district, having to compete with new associates, will be eminently liable to modify, and will often produce groups of modified descendants. But it by no means follows that, because in an island nearly all the species of one class are peculiar, another class, or of another section of the same class, are peculiar, and this difference seems to depend on the species which do not become modified having immigrated with facility and in a body, so that their mutual relations have not been much disturbed. Thus in the Galapagos Islands nearly every land bird, but only 2 out of the 11 marine birds are peculiar, and it is obvious that marine birds could arrive at these islands more easily than land birds. Bermuda, on the other hand, which lies at about the same distance from North America as the Galapagos Islands do from South America, and which has a very peculiar soil, does not possess one endemic land bird. And we know from Mr. J.M. Jones's admirable account of Bermuda that very many North American birds during their great annual migrations visit either periodically or occasionally this island. Madeira does not possess one peculiar bird, and many European and African birds are almost every year blown there, as I am informed by Mr. E.V. Harcourt, so that these two islands of Bermuda and Madeira have been stocked by birds which for long ages have struggled together in their former homes and have become mutually adapted to each other, and when settled in their new homes, each kind will have been kept by the others to their proper places and habits, and will consequently have been little liable to modification. Madeira, again, is inhabited by a wonderful number of peculiar land shells, whereas not one species of seashell is confined to its shores. Madeira, again, is inhabited by a wonderful number of peculiar land shells, whereas not one species of seashell is confined to its shores. Now, though we do not know how seashells are dispersed, yet we can see that their eggs or larvae, perhaps attached to seaweed or floating timber, or to the feet of wading birds, might be transported far more easily than land shells across 300 or 400 miles of open sea. The different orders of insects in Madeira apparently present analogous facts. Oceanic islands are sometimes deficient in certain classes, and their places are apparently occupied by the other inhabitants. In the Galapagos Islands, reptiles, and in New Zealand, gigantic wingless birds take the place of mammals. In the plants of the Galapagos Islands, Dr. Hooker has shown that the proportional numbers of the different orders are very different from what they are elsewhere. Such cases are generally accounted for by the physical conditions of the islands, but this explanation seems to me not a little doubtful. Facility of integration, I believe, has been at least as important as the nature of the conditions. Many remarkable little facts could be given with respect to the inhabitants of remote islands. For instance, in certain islands not tenanted by mammals, some of the endemic plants have beautifully hooked seeds, yet few relations are more striking than the adaptation of hooked seeds for transportal by the wool and fur of quadrupeds. This case presents no difficulty on my view, for a hooked seed might be transported to an island by some other means, and the plant then becoming slightly modified but still retaining its hooked seeds would form an endemic species, having as useless an appendage as any rudimentary organ, for instance as the shriveled wings under the solid elytra of many insular beetles. Again, islands often possess trees or bushes belonging to orders which elsewhere include only herbaceous species. Now, trees, as often possess trees or bushes belonging to orders which elsewhere include only herbaceous species. Now, trees, as Alf de Candolle has shown, generally have, whatever the cause may be, confined ranges. Hence, trees would be little likely to reach distant oceanic islands. And an herbaceous plant, though it would have no chance of successfully competing in stature with a fully developed tree, when established on an island and having to compete with herbaceous plants alone, might readily gain an advantage by growing taller and taller and overtopping the other plants. If so, natural selection would often tend to add to the stature of herbaceous plants when growing on an island, to whatever order they belonged, and thus convert them first into bushes and ultimately into trees. With respect to the absence of whole orders on oceanic islands, Bory Saint conversation percross the field in their permanem. Vincent long ago remarked that batrachians, frogs, toads, newts, have never been found on any of the many islands with which the great oceans are studded. I have taken to verify this assertion, and I have found it strictly true. I have, however, been assured that a frog exists on the mountains of the great island of New Zealand, but I suspect that this exception, if the information be correct, may be explained through glacial agency. This general absence of frogs, toads, and newts on so many oceanic islands cannot be accounted for by their physical conditions. Indeed, it seems that islands are peculiarly well fitted for these animals, for frogs have been introduced into Madeira, the Azores, and Mauritius, and have multiplied so as to become a nuisance. But as these animals and their spawn are known to be immediately killed by seawater, on my view we can see that there would be great difficulty in their transportal across the sea, and therefore why they do not exist on any oceanic island. But why, on the theory of creation, they should not have been created there, it would be very difficult to explain. Mammals offer another and similar case. I have carefully searched the oldest voyages, but have not finished my search. As yet, I have not found a single instance, free from doubt, of a terrestrial mammal, excluding domesticated animals kept by the natives, inhabiting an island situated above 300 miles from a continent or great continental island, and many islands situated at a much less distance are equally barren.
The Falkland Islands, which are inhabited by a wolf-like fox, come nearest to an exception. But this group cannot be considered as oceanic, as it lies on a bank connected with the mainland. Moreover, icebergs formerly brought boulders to its western shores, and they may have formerly transported foxes, as so frequently now happens in the Arctic regions. Yet it cannot be said that small islands will not support small mammals, for they occur in many parts of the world on very small islands if close to a continent, and hardly an island can be named on which our smaller quadrupeds have not become naturalized and greatly multiplied.
It cannot be said, on the ordinary view of creation, that there has not been time for the creation of mammals. Many volcanic islands are sufficiently ancient, as shown by the stupendous degradation which they have suffered and by their tertiary strata. There has also been time for the production of endemic species belonging to other classes. And on continents, it is thought that mammals appear and disappear at a quicker rate than other and lower animals. Though terrestrial mammals do not occur on oceanic islands, aerial mammals do occur on almost oceanic islands. New Zealand possesses 2 bats found nowhere else in the world: Norfolk Island, the Viti Archipelago, the Bonin Islands, the Caroline and Marianne Archipelagos, and Mauritius all possess their bats. Why, it may be asked, has the supposed source produced bats and no other mammals on remote islands? On my view, this question can easily be answered, for no terrestrial mammal can be transported across a wide space of sea, but bats can fly across. Bats have been seen wandering by day far over the Atlantic Ocean, and 2 North American species either regularly or occasionally visit Bermuda at the distance of 600 miles from the mainland. I hear from Mr. Mammal can be transported across a wide space of sea, but bats something that Tomes, who has specially studied this family, that many of the same species have enormous ranges and are found on continents and on far distant islands. Hence we have only to suppose that such wandering species have been modified through natural selection in their new homes in relation to their new position, and we can understand the presence of endemic bats on islands with the absence of all terrestrial mammals. Besides the absence of terrestrial mammals in relation to the remoteness of islands from continents, there is also a relation, to a certain extent independent of distance, between the depth of the sea separating an island from the neighboring mainland, and the presence in both of the same mammiferous species or of allied species in a more or less modified condition. Mr. Windsor Earle has made some striking observations on this head in regard to the Great Malay Archipelago, which is traversed near Celebes by a space of deep ocean, and this space separates 2 widely distinct mammalian faunas. On either side, the islands are situated on moderately deep submarine banks, and they are inhabited by closely allied or identical quadrupeds. No doubt anomalies occur in this great archipelago, and there is much difficulty in forming a judgment in senses owing to the probable naturalization of certain mammals through man's agency, But we shall soon have much light thrown on the natural history of this archipelago by the admirable zeal and researches of Mr. Wallace. I have not as yet had time to follow up this subject in all other quarters of the world, but as far as I have gone, the relation generally holds good. We see Britain separated by a shallow channel from Europe, and the mammals are the same on both sides. We meet with analogous facts on many islands separated by similar channels from Australia. The West Indian Islands stand on a deeply submerged bank, nearly 1,000 fathoms in depth. And here we find American forms, but the species and even the genera are distinct.
As the amount of modification in all cases depends to a certain degree on the lapse of time, and as during changes of level it is obvious that islands separated by shallow channels are more likely to have been continuously united within a recent period to the mainland than islands separated by deeper channels, we can understand the frequent relation between the depth of the sea and the degree of affinity of the mammalian inhabitants of islands with those of a continent, an inexplicable relation on the view of independent acts of creation.
All the foremarks on the inhabitants of oceanic islands, namely the scarcity of kinds, the richness and endemic forms in particular classes or sections of classes, the absence of whole groups, as of batrachians, and of terrestrial mammals notwithstanding the presence of aerial bats, the singular proportions of certain orders of plants, herbaceous forms having been developed into trees, etc., seem to me to accord better with the view of occasional means of transport having been largely efficient in the long course of time than with of all our oceanic islands having been formerly connected by continuous land with the nearest continent. For on this latter view, the migrati would probably have been more complete, and if modification be admitted, all the forms of life would have been more equally modified, in accordance with the paramount importance of the relation of organism to organism. I do not deny that there are many and grave difficulties in understanding how several of the inhabitants of the more remote islands, whether still retaining the same specific form or modified since their arrival, could have reached their present homes. But the probability of many islands having existed as halting places, of which not a wreck now remains, must not be overlooked. I will here give a single instance of one of the cases of difficulty. Almost all oceanic islands, even the most isolated and smallest, are inhabited by land shells, generally by endemic species, but sometimes by species found elsewhere. Dr. A. Gould has given several interesting cases in regard to the land shells of the islands of the Pacific. Now it is notorious that land shells are very easily killed by salt. Their eggs, at least such as I have tried, sink in seawater and are killed by it. Yet there must be, on my view, some unknown but highly efficient means for their transportal. Would the just hatched young occasionally crawl on and adhere to the feet of birds roosting on the ground, and thus get transported? It occurred to me that land shells, when hibernating and having a membranous diaphragm over the mouth of the shell, might be floated in chinks of drifted timber across moderately wide arms of the sea.
And I found that several species did in this state withstand uninjured an immersion in seawater during 7 days. One of these shells was the Helix palmatacea, and I found that several species did in this state withstand uninjured an immersion in seawater during 7 days. One of these shells was the Helix palmatacea, and after it had again hibernated, I put it in seawater for 20 days in seawater, and it recovered and crawled away. But more experiments are wanted on this head. The most striking and important fact for us in regard to the inhabitants of islands is their affinity to those of the nearest mainland, without being actually the same species.
Numerous instances could be given of this fact. I will give only one, that of the Galapagos archipelago, situated under the equator, between 500 and 600 miles from the shores of South America. Here almost every product of the land and water bears the unmistakable stamp of the American continent. There are 26 land birds, and 25 of these are ranked by Mr. Gould as distinct species, supposed to have been created here. Yet, the close affinity of most of these birds to American species in every character, in their habits, gestures, and tones of was manifest. So it is with the other animals, and with nearly all the plants, as shown by Dr. Wright. Hooker, in his admirable memoir on the flora of this archipelago, the naturalist, looking at the inhabitants of these volcanic islands in the Pacific, distant several hundred miles from the continent, yet feels that he is standing on American land. Why should this be so? Why should the species which are supposed to have been created in the Galapagos archipelago, and nowhere else, bear so plain a stamp of affinity to those created in America? There is nothing in the conditions of life, in the geological nature of the islands, in their height or climate, or in the proportions in which the several classes are associated together, which resembles closely the conditions of the South American coast. In fact, there is a considerable dissimilarity in all these respects. On the other hand, there is a considerable degree of resemblance in the volcanic nature of the soil, in climate, height, and size of the islands, between the Galapagos and Cape de Verde archipelagos. But what an entire and absolute difference in their inhabitants. The inhabitants of the Cape de Verde Islands are related to those of Africa, like those of the Galapagos to America. I believe this grand fact can receive no sort of explanation on the ordinary view of independent creation, whereas on the view here maintained, it is obvious that the Galapagos Islands would be likely to receive colonists, whether by occasional means of transport or by formerly continuous land from America, and the Cape de Verde Islands from Africa, and that such colonists would be liable to migration, the principle of inheritance still betraying their original birthplace. Many analogous facts could be given. Indeed, it is an almost universal rule that the endemic productions of islands are related to those of the nearest continent, or of other near islands. The exceptions are few, and most of them can be Thus, the plants of Kerguelen land, though standing nearer to Africa than to America, are related, and that very closely, as we know from Dr. Hooker's account, to those of America, but on the that this island has been mainly stocked by seeds brought with earth and stones on icebergs, drifted by the prevailing currents. This anomaly disappears. New Zealand in its endemic plants is much more closely related to Australia, the mainland, than to any other region. And this is what might have been expected, but so plainly related to South America, which, although the next nearest continent, is so enormously remote, that the fact becomes an anomaly. But this difficulty almost disappears on the view that both New Zealand, South America, and other southern lands were long ago partially stocked from a nearly intermediate though distant point, namely from the Antilles, when they were clothed with vegetation, before the commencement of the glacial period. The affinity, which, though feeble, I am assured by Dr. Prenz, Hooker is real, between the flora of the southwestern corner of Australia and of the Cape of Good Hope, is a far more remarkable case, and is at present inexplicable. But this affinity is confined to the plants, and will, I do not doubt, be someday explained. The law which causes the inhabitants of an archipelago, though specifically distinct, to be closely allied to those of the nearest continent, we sometimes see displayed on a small scale, yet in a most interesting manner, within the limits of the same archipelago. Thus, the several islands of the Galapagos archipelago are tenanted, as I have elsewhere shown, in a quite marvelous manner, by very closely related species, so that the inhabitants of each separate island, though mostly distinct, are related in an incomparably closer degree to each other than to the inhabitants of any other part of the world. and this is just what might have been expected on my view, for the islands are situated so near each other that they would almost certainly receive immigrants from the same original source, or from each other. But this dissimilarity between the endemic inhabitants of the islands may be used as an argument against my views, for it may be asked, how has it happened in the several islands situated within sight of each other, having the same geological nature, the same height, climate, etc., that many of the immigrants should have been differently modified, though only in a small degree? This long appeared to me a great difficulty, but it arises in chief part from the deeply seated error of considering the physical conditions of a country as the most important for its inhabitants, whereas it cannot, I think, be disputed that the nature of the other inhabitants, with which each has to compete, is at least as important, and generally a far more important element of success. Now, if we look to those inhabitants of the Galapagos archipelago which are found in other parts of the world, laying on one side for the moment the endemic species which cannot be here fairly included, as we are considering how they have come to be modified since their arrival, we find a considerable amount of difference in the several islands. This difference might indeed have been expected on the view of the islands having been stocked by occasional means of transport, a seed, for instance, of one plant having been brought to one island and that of another plant to another island. Hence, when in former times an immigrant settled on any one or more of the islands, or when it subsequently spread from one island to another, it would undoubtedly be exposed to different conditions of life in the different islands, for it would have to compete with different sets of organisms. A plant, for instance, would find the best fitted ground more perfectly occupied by distinct plants in one island than in another, and it would be exposed to the attacks of somewhat different enemies. If then it varied, natural selection would probably favor different varieties in the different islands. Some species, however, might spread and yet retain the same character throughout the group, just as we see on continents some species spreading widely and remaining the same. The really surprising fact in the Galapagos archipelago, and in a lesser degree in some analogous instances, is that the news formed in the separate islands have not quickly spread to the other islands. But the islands, though in sight of each other, are separated by deep arms of the sea, in most cases wider than the British Channel, and there is no reason to suppose that they have in any former period been continuously united. The currents of the sea are rapid and sweep across the archipelago, and gales of wind are extraordinarily rare, so that the islands are far more effectually separated from each other than they appear to be on a map. Nevertheless, the species, both those found in other parts of the world and those confined to the archipelago, are common to the several islands, and we may infer from certain facts that these have probably spread from some one island to the others. But we often take, I think, an erroneous view of the probability of closely allied species invading each other's territory when put into free intercommunication. Undoubtedly, if one species has any advantage whatever over another, it will in a very brief time wholly or in part supplant it. But if both are equally well fitted for their own places in nature, both probably will hold their own places and keep separate for almost any length of time. Being familiar with the fact that many species naturalized through man's agency have spread with astonishing rapidity over new countries, we are apt to infer that most species would thus spread. But we should remember that the forms which become naturalized in new countries are not generally closely allied to the aboriginal inhabitants, but are very distinct species, belonging in a large proportion of cases, as shown by Alv de Condel, to distinct genera. In the Galapagos archipelago, many even of the birds, those so well adapted for flying from island to island, are distinct on each. Thus, there are 3 closely allied species of mocking thrush, each confined to its own island. Now let us suppose the mocking thrush of Chatham Island to be blown to Charles Island, which has its own mocking thrush of Chatham Island to be blown to Charles Island, which has its own mocking thrush. Why should it succeed in establishing itself there? We may safely infer that Charles Island is well stocked with its own species. More eggs are laid there than can possibly be reared. And we may infer that the mocking thrush peculiar to Charles Island is at least as well fitted for its home as is the species peculiar to Chatham Island. Sir C. Lyell and Mr. Forget Wollaston have communicated to me a remarkable fact bearing on this subject, namely that Madeira and the adjoining islet of Porto Santo possess many distinct but representative land shells, some of which live in crevices of stone. And although large quantities of stone are annually transported from Porto Santo to Madeira, yet this latter island has not become colonized by the Porto Santo species. Nevertheless, both islands have been colonized by the Porto Santo species. Nevertheless, both islands have been colonized by some European land shells, which no doubt had some advantage over the indigenous species. From these considerations, I think we need not greatly marvel at the endemic and representative species which inhabit the several islands of the Galapagos archipelago, not having universally spread from island to island. In many other instances, as in the several districts of the same continent, preoccupation has probably played an important part in checking the commingling of species under the same conditions of life. Thus, the southeast and southwest corners of Australia have nearly the same physical conditions and are united by continuous land, yet they are inhabited by a vast number of distinct mammals, birds, and plants. The principle which determines the general character of the fauna and flora of oceanic islands, namely, that the inhabitants, when not identically the same, yet are plainly related to the inhabitants of that region whence colonists could most readily have been derived, the colonists having been subsequently modified and better fitted to their new homes, is of the widest application throughout nature. We see this on every mountain, in every lake and marsh. For alpine species, excepting insofar as the same forms, chiefly of plants, have spread widely throughout the world during the recent glacial epoch, are related to those of the surrounding lowlands. Thus we have in South America alpine hummingbirds, alpine rodents, alpine plants, etc., all of strictly American forms, and it is obvious that a mountain, as it became slowly upheaved, would naturally be cut from the surrounding lowlands. So it is with the inhabitants of lakes and marshes, excepting insofar as great facility of transport has given the same general forms to the whole world. The same principle in the blind animals inhabiting the caves of America and of Europe. Other analogous facts could be given, and it will, I believe, be universally found to be true, that wherever in two regions, let them be ever so distant, many closely allied or representative species occur, there will likewise be found some identities, showing, in accordance with the foregoing view, that at some former period there has been intercommunication or migration between the two regions, and wherever many closely allied species occur, there will be found many forms which some naturalists rank as distinct species, and some as varieties, these doubtful forms showing us the steps in the process of modification. This relation between the power and extent of migration of a species, either at the present time or at some former period under different physical conditions, and the existence at remote points of the world of other species allied to it, is shown in another and more general way. Mr. Gould remarked to me long ago that in those genera of birds which range over the world, many of the species have very wide ranges. I can hardly doubt that this rule is generally true, though it would be difficult to prove it. Amongst mammals, we see it strikingly displayed in bats, and in a lesser degree in the Felidae and Conidae. We see it if we compare the distribution of butterflies and beetles. So it is with most freshwater productions, in which so many genera range over the world, and many individual species have enormous ranges. It is not meant that in world-ranging genera all the species have a wide range, or even that they have on an average a wide range, but only that some of the species range very widely. For the facility with which widely ranging species vary and give rise to new forms, will largely determine their average range. For instance, two varieties of the same species inhabit America and Europe, and the species thus has an immense range. But if the variation had been a little, the two varieties would have been ranked as distinct species, and the common range would have been greatly reduced. Still less is it meant that a species which apparently has the capacity of crossing barriers and ranging widely, as in the case of certain powerfully winged birds, will necessarily range widely. For we should never forget that to range widely implies not only the power of crossing barriers, but the more important power of being victorious in distant lands in the struggle for life with foreign associates. But on the view of all the species of a genus having descended from a single parent, though now distributed to the most remote points of the world, we ought to find, and I believe as a general rule we do find, that some at least of the species range very widely, for it is necessary that the unmodified parent should range widely, undergoing modification diffusion, and should place itself under diverse conditions favorable for the conversion of its offspring, firstly into new varieties and ultimately into new species. In considering the wide distribution of certain genera, we should bear in mind that some are extremely ancient and must have branched off from a common parent at a remote epoch, so that in such cases there will have been ample time for great climatal and geographical changes and for accidents of transport, and consequently for the migration of some of the species into all quarters of the world, where they may have become slightly modified in relation to their new conditions. There is also some reason to believe from geological evidence that organisms low in the scale within each great class generally change at a slower rate than the higher forms, and consequently the lower forms will have had a better chance of ranging widely and of still retaining the same specific character. This fact, together with the seeds and eggs of many low forms being very minute and better fitted for distant transportation, probably accounts for a law which has long been observed, and which has lately been admirably discussed by Alphen de Candolle in regard to plants, namely that the lower any group of organisms is, the more widely it is apt to range.
The relations just discussed, namely low and slowly changing organisms ranging more widely than the high, some of the species of widely ranging genera themselves ranging widely than the high, some of the species of widely ranging genera themselves ranging widely than the high, some of the species of ranging genera themselves ranging widely than the high, some of the species of widely ranging genera themselves ranging widely than the high, some of the species of widely ranging genera themselves ranging widely than the high, some of the species of widely ranging genera themselves ranging widely than the high, some of the species of widely ranging genera themselves ranging widely than the high, some of the species of widely ranging genera themselves ranging widely than the high.
Cheese species, but are explicable on the view of colonization from the nearest and readiest source, together with the subsequent modification and better adaptation of the colonists to their new homes. Summary of last and present chapters. In these chapters I have endeavored to show that if we make due allowance for our ignorance of the full effects of all the changes of climate and of the level of the land, which have certainly occurred within the recent period, and of other similar changes which may have occurred within the same period, if we remember how profoundly ignorant we are with respect to the many and curious means of occasional transport, a subject which has hardly ever been properly experimentized on, if we bear in mind how often a species may have continuously over a wide area, and then have become extinct in the intermediate tracts, I think the difficulties in believing that all the individuals of the past and then intercline same species, wherever located, have descended from the same parents, are not insuperable. And we are led to this conclusion, which has been arrived at by many naturalists under the designation of single centers of creation, by some general considerations, more especially from the importance of barriers and from the analogical distribution of subgenera, genera, and families. With respect to the distinct species of the same genus, which must have spread from one parent source, make the same allowances as before for our ignorance, and remember that some forms of life change most slowly, enormous periods of time being thus granted for their migration. I do not think that the difficulties are insuperable, though they often are in this, and in that of the individuals of species of the same genus, which, on my theory, must have spread from one parent source. Make the same allowances as before for our ignorance, and remember that some forms of life change most slowly. Enormous periods of time are granted for their migration. I do not think that the difficulties are insuperable, though they often are in this case, and in that of the individuals of species of the same genus, which, as exemplifying the effects of climatal changes on distribution, I have attempted to show how important has been the influence of the modern glacial period, which I am fully convinced simultaneous with the whole world, or at least great meridional belts, as showing how diversified are the means of occasional transport. I have discussed at some little length the means of dispersal of freshwater productions. If the difficulties be not insuperable in admitting that in the long course of time the individuals of the same species, and likewise of allied species, have proceeded from some one source, then I think all the grand leading facts of geographical distribution are explicable on the theory of migration, generally of the more dominant forms of life, together with subsequent modification and the multiplication of new forms. We can thus understand the high importance of barriers, whether of land or water, which separate our several zoological and botanical provinces. We can thus understand the organization of subgenera, genera, and families, and how it is that under different latitudes, for instance in South America, the inhabitants of the plains and mountains, of the forests, marshes, and deserts, are in so mysterious a manner linked together by affinity, and are likewise linked to the extinct beings which formerly inhabited the same continent. Bearing in mind that the mutual relations of organism to organism are of the highest importance, we can see why two areas having nearly the same physical conditions should often be inhabited by very different forms of life. For according to the length of time which has elapsed since new inhabitants entered one region, according to the nature of the communication which allowed certain forms and not others to enter, either in greater or lesser numbers, according or not as those which entered happened to come in more or less direct competition with each other and with the aborigines, and according as the immigrants were capable of varying more or less rapidly, there would ensue in different eons, independently of their physical conditions, infinitely diversified conditions of life. There would be an almost endless amount of organic action and reaction, and we should find, as we do find, some groups as greatly and some only slightly modified, some developed in great force, some existing in scanty numbers, in the different great geographical provinces of the world. On these same principles we can understand, as I have endeavored to show, why oceanic islands should have few inhabitants, but of these a great number should be endemic or peculiar, and why, in relation to the means of migration, one group of beings, even within the same class, should have all its species endemic, and another group should have all its species common to other quarters of the world. We can see why whole groups of organisms, as batrachians and terrestrial mammals, should be absent from oceanic islands, whilst the most isolated islands possess their own peculiar species of aerial mammals or bats. We can see why there should be some relation between the presence of mammals in a more or less modified condition and the depth of the sea between an island and the mainland. We can clearly see why all the inhabitants of an archipelago, though specifically distinct on the several islets, should be closely related to each other, and likewise be related, but less closely, to those of the nearest continent or other source whence immigrants were probably derived. We can see why, in two areas, however distant from each other, there should be a correlation, in the presence of identical species, of varieties, of doubtful species, and of distinct but representative species. As the late Edward Forbes often insisted, there is a striking parallelism in the laws of life throughout time and space, the laws governing the succession of forms in past times being nearly the same with those governing at the present time, the differences in different areas. We see this in many facts. The endurance of each species and group of species is continuous in time, for the exceptions to the rule are so that they may fairly be attributed to our not having as yet discovered in an intermediate deposit the forms which are therein absent, but which occur above and below. So in space, it certainly is the general rule that the area inhabited by a single species, or by a group of species, is continuous, and the exceptions, which are not rare, may, as I have attempted to show, be accounted for by migration at some former period under different conditions, or by means of transport, and by the species having become extinct in the intermediate tracts. Both in time and space, species and groups of species have their points of maximum development. Groups of species, belonging either to a certain of time or to a certain area, are often characterized by trifling characters in common, as of sculpture or color. In looking to the long succession of ages, as in now looking to distant provinces throughout the world, we find that some organisms differ little, whilst others belonging to a different class, or to a different order, or even only to a different family of the same order, differ greatly. In both time and space, the lower members of each class generally change less than the higher, but there are in both cases marked exceptions to the rule. On my theory, these several relations throughout time and space are intelligible, for whether we look to the forms of life which have changed during successive ages within the same quarter of the world, or to those which have changed after having migrated into distant quarters, in both cases, the forms within each class have been connected by the same bond of ordinary generation, and the more nearly any two forms are related in blood, the nearer they will generally stand to each other in time and space. In both cases, the laws of variation have been the same, and modifications have been accumulated by the same power of natural selection. Chapter 13. Mutual aphyses of organic beings. Morphology, embryology, rudimentary organs, classification, groups subordinate to groups, natural system, rules and difficulties in classification, explained on the theory of descent with modification, analogical or adaptive characters, affinities, general, complex, and extinction separates and defines groups. Morphology, between members of the same class, between parts of the same individual. Embryology, laws of, explained by variations not supervening in an early age, and being inherited at a corresponding age. From the first dawn of life, all organic beings are found to resemble each other in descending degrees, so that they can be classed in groups under groups. This classification is evidently not arbitrary like the grouping of the stars and constellations. The existence of groups would have been of simple signification if one group had been exclusively fitted to inhabit the land, and another the water, one to feed on flesh, another on vegetable matter, and so on. But the case is widely different in nature, for it is notorious how commonly members of even the same subgroup have different habits. In our second and fourth chapters, on variation and on natural selection, I have attempted to show that it is the widely ranging, the much diffused and common, that is, the dominant species belonging to the larger genera, which vary most. The varieties, or incipient species, thus produced ultimately become converted, as I believe, into new and distinct species, and these, on the principle of inheritance, tend to produce other new and dominant species, tend to go on increasing indefinitely in size. I further attempted to show that from the varying descendants of each species trying to occupy as many and as different places as possible in the economy of nature, there is a constant tendency in their characters to diverge. This conclusion was supported by looking at the great diversity of the forms of life which, in any small area, come into the closest competition, and by looking to certain facts in naturalization. I attempted also to show that there is a constant tendency in the forms which are increasing in number and diverging in character, to supplant and exterminate the less divergent, the less divergently the characters. To supplant and exterminate the less divergent, the less divergent, the less in Provence as thus. I request the reader to turn to the diagram illustrating the action, as formerly explained, of these several principles, and he will see that the inevitable result is that the modified descendants proceeding from one progenitor become broken up into groups subordinate to groups. In the diagram, each letter on the uppermost line may represent a genus including several species, and all the genera on this line form together one class, for all have descended from one ancient but unseen parent and, consequently, have inherited something in common. But the three genera on the left hand have, on this same principle, much in common and form a subfamily, distinct from that including the next two genera on the right hand, which diverged from a common parent at the fifth stage of descent. These five genera have also much, though less, in common, and they form a family distinct from that including the three genera still further to the right hand, which diverged at a still earlier period, and all these genera descended from A form an order distinct from the genera descended from I, so that we here have many species descended from a single progenitor grouped into genera, and the genera are included in or subordinate to subfamilies, families, and orders, all united into one class. Thus, the grand fact in natural history of the subordination of group under group, which, from its familiarity, does not always sufficiently strike us, is in my judgment fully explained. Naturalists try to arrange the species, genera, and families in each class on what is called the natural system. But what is meant by this system? Some authors look at it merely as a scheme for arranging together those living objects which are most alike, and for separating those which are most alike, or as an artificial means for enunciating, as briefly as possible, general propositions. That is, by one sentence to give the characters common, for instance, to all mammals, by another those common to all carnivora, by another those common to the dog genus, and then, by adding a single sentence, a full description is given of each kind of dog. The ingenuity and utility of this system are indisputable, but many naturalists think that something more is meant by the natural system. They believe that it reveals the plan of the Creator, but unless it be specified whether order in time or space, or what else is meant by the plan of the Creator, it seems to me that nothing is thus added to our knowledge. Such expressions as that famous one of less, and which we often meet with in a more or less concealed form, that the characters do not make the genus, but that the genus gives the characters, seem to imply that something more is included in our classification than mere resemblance. I believe that something more is included, and that propinquity of descent, the only known cause of the similarity of organic beings, is the bond, hidden as it is by various degrees of modification, which is partially revealed to us by our classifications. Let us now consider the rules followed in classification, and the difficulties which are encountered on the view that classification either gives some unknown plan of creation, or is simply a scheme for enunciating general propositions and of placing together the forms most like each other.
It might have been thought, and was in ancient times thought, that those parts of the structure which determine the habits of life and the general place of each being in the economy of nature would be of very high importance in classification. Nothing can be more false. No one regards the external similarity of a mouse to a shrew, of a dugong to a whale, of a whale to a fish is of any importance. These resemblances, though so intimately connected with the whole life of the being, are ranked as merely adaptive or analogical characters. But to the consideration of these resemblances we shall have to recur. It may even be given as a general rule that the less any part of the organization is concerned with special habits, the more important it becomes for classification. As an instance, Owen, in speaking of the dugong, says, "The generative organs being those which are most remotely related to the habits and food of an animal, I have always regarded as affording very clear indications of its true affinities."
We are least likely in the modifications of these organs to mistake a merely adaptive for an essential character. So with plants, how remarkable it is that the organs of vegetation on which their whole life depends are of little signification, excepting in the first main divisions, whereas the organs of reproduction, with their product the seed, are of paramount importance. We must not, therefore, in classifying, trust to resemblances in parts of the organization, however important they may be for the welfare of the being in relation to the outer world. Perhaps from this cause it has partly arisen that almost all naturalists lay the greatest stress on resemblances in organs of high vital or physiological importance. No doubt this view of the classificatory of organs which are important is generally, but by no means always, true. But their importance for classification, I believe, depends on their greater constancy throughout large groups of species, and this constancy depends on such organs having generally been subjected to the adaptation of the species to their conditions of life. That the mere physiological importance of an organ does not determine its classificatory value is almost shown by the one fact that in allied groups in which the same organ, as we have every reason to suppose, has nearly the same physiological value, its classificatory value is widely different. No naturalist can have worked at any group without being struck with this fact, and it has been most fully acknowledged in the writings of almost every author. It will suffice to quote the highest authority, Robert Brown, who, in speaking of certain organs in the Proteaceae, says their generic importance, like that of all their parts, not only in this but, as I apprehend, in every natural family, is very unequal, and in this seems to be entirely lost. Again, in another work he says, the genera of the Conuraceae differ in having one or more ovaria, in the existence or absence of albumin, in the imbricate or valvular astiation. Any one of these characters singly is frequently of more than generic importance, though here, even when all taken together, they appear insufficient to separate Canestus from Conurus. To give an example amongst insects, in one great division of the Hymenoptera, the antennae, as Westwood has remarked, are most constant in structure. In another division they differ much, and the differences are of quite subordinate value in classification. Yet no one probably will say that the antennae in these two divisions of the order are of unequal physiological importance. Any number of instances could be given of the varying importance for classification of the same important organ within the same group of beings. Again, no one will say that rudimentary or atrophied organs are of high physiological or vital importance. Yet, undoubtedly, organs in this condition are often of high value in classification. No one will dispute that the rudimentary teeth in the upper jaws of young ruminants and certain rudimentary bones of the leg are highly serviceable in exhibiting the close affinity between ruminants and pachyderms. Robert Brown has insisted on the fact that the rudimentary florets are of the highest importance in the class of the grasses. Numerous instances could be given of characters derived from parts which must be considered of very trifling physiological importance, but which are universally admitted as highly serviceable in the definition of whole groups. For instance, whether or not there is an open passage from the nostrils to the mouth, the only character, according to Owen, which absolutely distinguishes fishes and reptiles, the inflection of the angle of the jaws in marsupials, the manner in which the wings of insects are folded, mere color in certain algae, mere pubescence on parts of the flower and grasses, the nature of the dermal covering, as hair or feathers in the vertebrae. If the Ornithorhynchus had been covered with feathers instead of hair, this external and trifling character would, I think, have been considered by naturalists as important an aid in determining the degree of affinity of this strange creature to birds and reptiles, as an approach in structure in any one internal and important organ. The importance for classification of trifling characters mainly depends on their being correlated with several other characters of more or less importance. The value, indeed, of an aggregators is very evident in natural history. Hence, as has often been remarked, a species may depart from its allies in several characters, both of high physiological importance and of almost universal prevalence, and yet leave us in no doubt where it should be ranked. Hence, also, it has been found that a classification founded on any single character, however important that may be, has always failed, for no part of the organization is universally constant. The importance of an aggregate of characters, even when none are important, alone explains, I think, that saying of Linnaeus that the characters do not give the genus, but the genus gives the characters. For this saying seems founded on an appreciation of many trifling points of resemblance, too slight to be defined. Certain plants belonging to the Malpighiaceae bear perfect and degraded flowers. In the latter, as A. de Jussieu has remarked, the greater number of the characters proper to the species, to the genus, to the family, to the class, disappear and thus laugh at our classifications, but when Aspacarpa produced in France, during several years, only degraded flowers, departing so wonderfully in a number of the most important points of structure from the proper type of the order, yet M. Richard sagaciously saw, as Jussieu observes, that this genus should still be retained amongst the Malpighiaceae. This case seems to me well to illustrate the spirit with which our classifications are sometimes necessarily founded. Practically, when naturalists are at work, they do not trouble themselves about the physiological value of the characters which they use in defining a group, or in allocating any particular species. If they find a character nearly uniform, and common to a great number of forms, and not common to others, they use it as one of high value. If common to some lesser number, they use it as of subordinate value. This principle has been broadly confessed by some naturalists to be the true one, and by none more clear by that excellent botanist, Oggs and Hilaire. If certain characters are always found correlated with others, though no apparent bond of connection can be discovered between them, a special value is set on them, as in most groups of animals. Important organs such as those for propelling the blood or for aerating it, or those for propagating the race, are found nearly uniform. They are considered as highly serviceable in classification. But in some groups of animals, all these, the most important vital organs, are found to offer characters of quite subordinate value. We can see why characters derived from the embryo should be of equal importance with those derived from adult. For our classifications, of course, include all ages of each species. But it is by no means obvious, on the ordinary view, why the structure of the embryo should be more important purpose than that of the adult, which alone plays its full part in the economy of nature. Yet it has been strongly urged by those naturalists, Milne Edwards and Agassiz, that embryonic characters are the most important of any in the classification of animals, and this doctrine has very generally been admitted as true. The same fact holds good with flowering plants, of which the two main divisions have been founded on characters derived from the embryo, on the number and position of the embryonic leaves or cotyledons, and on the mode of development of the plumule and radicle. In our discussion on embryology, we shall see why such characters are so valuable, on the view of classification tacitly including the idea of descent. Our classifications are often plainly influenced by chains of affinities. Nothing can be easier than to define a number of characters common to all birds. But in the case of crustaceans, such definition has hitherto been found impossible. There are crustaceans at the opposite ends of the series, which have hardly a character in common. Yet the species at both ends, from being plainly allied to others, and these to others, and so onwards, can be recognized as unequivocally belonging to this and to no other class of the articulata. Geographical distribution has often been used, though perhaps not quite logically, in classification, more especially in very large groups of closely allied forms. Temminck insists on the utility or even necessity of this practice in certain groups of birds, and it has been followed by several entomologists and botanists. Finally, with respect to the comparative value of the various groups of species, such as orders, suborders, families, subfamilies, and genera, they seem to be, at least at present, almost arbitrary. Several of the best botanists, such as Mr. Bentham and others, have strongly insisted on their arbitrary value. Instances could be given amongst plants and insects of a group of forms, first ranked by practiced naturalists as only a genus, and then raised to the rank of a subfamily or family. And this has been done not because further research has detected important structural differences, at first overlooked, but because numerous allied species with slightly different grades of difference have been subsequently discovered. All the foregoing rules and aids and difficulties in classification are explained, if I do not greatly deceive myself, on the view that the natural system is founded on descent with modification, that the characters which naturalists consider as showing true affinity between any two or more species are those which have been inherited from a common parent, and, insofar, all true classification is genealogical. That community of descent is the hidden bond which naturalists have been unconsciously seeking, and not some unknown plan of creation, or the enunciation of general propositions, and the mere putting together and separating objects more or less alike. But I must explain my meaning more fully. I believe that the arrangement of the groups within each class, in due subordination in relation to the other groups, must be strictly genealogical in order to be natural, but that the amount of difference in the several branches or groups, though allied in the same degree in blood to their common progenitor, may differ greatly, being due to the different degrees of modification which they have undergone, and this is expressed by the forms being ranked under different genera, families, sections, or orders. The reader will best understand what is meant if he will take the trouble of a diagram in the 4th chapter.
We will suppose the letters A to L to represent allied genera which lived during the Silurian epoch, and these have descended from a species which existed at an unknown anterior period. Species of 3 of these genera, A, F, and I, have transmitted modified descendants to the present day, represented by the 15 genera, A14 to Z14, on the uppermost horizontal line. Now, all these modified descendants from a single species are represented as related in blood or descent to the same degree. They may metaphorically be called cousins to the same millionth degree, yet they differ widely and in different degrees from each other.
The forms descended from A, now broken up into 2 or 3 families, constitute a distinct order from those descended from I, also broken up into 2 families, nor can the existing species, descended from A, be ranked in the same genus with the parent A, or those from I with the parent I. But the existing genus F14 may be supposed to have been but slightly modified, and it will then rank with the parent genus F, just as some still living organic beings belong to Silura, so that the amount of the differences of organic beings all related to each other in blood has come to be widely different. Nevertheless, their genealogical arrangement remains strictly true, not only at the present time, but at each successive period of descent. All the modified descendants from A will have inherited something in common from their common parent. As will all the descendants from I, so will it be with each subordinate branch of descendants at each successive period. If, however, we choose to suppose that any of the descendants of A or of I have been so much modified as to have more or less completely lost traces of their parentage, in this case, their places in a natural classification will have been more or less completely lost, as sometimes seems to have occurred with existing organisms. All the descendants of the genus F, along its whole line of descent, are supposed to have been but little modified, and they yet form a single genus. But this genus, though much isolated, still occupy its proper intermediate position. For F originally was intermediate in character between I, and the several genera descended from these two genera will have inherited to a certain extent their characters. This natural arrangement is shown as far as is possible on paper in the diagram, but in much too simple a manner. If a branching diagram had not been used, and only the names of the groups had been written in a linear series, it would have been still less possible to have given a natural arrangement. And it is notoriously not possible to have given a natural arrangement. And it is notoriously not possible to have given a natural arrangement. And it is notoriously not possible to have given a natural arrangement, like a pedigree. But the degrees of modification which the different groups have undergone have to be expressed by ranking them under different so-called genera, subfamilies, families, sections, orders, and classes. It may be worthwhile to illustrate this view of classification by taking the case of languages. If we possessed a perfect pedigree of mankind, a genealogical arrangement of the races of man would afford the best classification of the various languages now spoken throughout the world. And if all extinct languages and all intermediate and slowly changing dialects had to be included, such an arrangement would, I think, be the only possible one. Yet, it might be that some very ancient language had altered little, and had given rise to few new languages, whilst others, owing to the spreading and subsequent isolation and states of civilization of the several races, descended from a common race, had altered much, and had given rise to many new languages and dialects. The various degrees of difference in the languages from the same stock would have to be expressed by groups subordinate to groups, but the proper or even only possible arrangement would still be genealogical, and this would be strictly natural, as it would connect together all languages, extinct and modern, by the closest affinity, and would give the filiation and origin of each tongue. In confirmation of this view, let us glance at the classification of varieties, which are believed or known to have descended from one species. These are grouped under species, with subvarieties under varieties, and with our domestic productions, several other grades of difference are requisite. As we have seen with pigeons, the origin of the existence of groups subordinate to groups is the same with varieties as with species, namely, closeness of descent with various degrees of modification. Nearly the same rules are followed in classifying varieties as with species. Authors have insisted on the necessity of classing varieties on a natural instead of an artificial system. We are cautioned, for instance, not to class two varieties of the pineapple together, merely because their fruit, though the most important part, happens to be nearly identical. No one puts the Swedish and common turnips together, though the esculent and thickened stems are so similar.
Whatever part is found to be most constant is used in classing varieties. Thus, the great agriculturist Marshall says the horns are very useful for this purpose with cattle, because they are less variable than the shape or color of the body, etc. Whereas with sheep, the horns are much less serviceable because less constant. In classing varieties, I apprehend if we had a real pedigree, a genealogical classification would be universally preferred, and it has been attempted by some authors, for we might feel sure whether there had been more or less modification The principle of inheritance would keep the forms together which were allied in the greatest number of points.
In tumbler pigeons, though some sub-varieties differ from the others in the important character of having a longer beak, yet all are kept together from having the common habit of tumbling, but the short-faced breed has nearly or quite lost this habit. Nevertheless, without any reasoning or thinking on the subject, these two are kept in the same group, because allied in blood and alike in some other respects. If it could be proved that the Hottentot had descended from the Negro, I think he would be classed under the Negro group, however much he might differ in color and other important characters from us. With species in a state of nature, every naturalist has in fact brought descent into his classification, for he includes in his lowest grade, or that of a species, the two sexes, and how enormously these sometimes differ in the most important characters is known to every naturalist has in fact brought descent into his classification, for he includes in his lowest grade, or that of a species, the two sexes, and how enormously these sometimes differ in the most important characters is known to every naturalist has in fact brought descent into his classification, for he includes in his lowest grade, or that of a species, the two sexes, and how enormously these sometimes differ in the most important characters is known to every naturalist has in fact brought descent into his classification, for he includes in his lowest grade, or that of a species, and until
the naturalist includes as one species the several larval stages of the same individual, however much they may differ from each other and from the adult, as he likewise includes the so-called alternate generations of Steenstrup, which can only in a technical sense be considered as the same individual. He includes monsters. He includes varieties, not solely because they closely resemble the parent form, but because they are descended from it. He who believes that the cowslip is descended from the primrose, or conversely, ranks them together as a single species, and gives a single definition.
As soon as three Orcadian forms, Monocanthus, Myanthus, and Catochyum, which had previously been ranked as three distinct genera, were known to be sometimes produced on the same spike, they were immediately included as a single species. But it may be asked, what ought we to do if it could be proved that one species of kangaroo had been produced by a long course of modification from a bear? Ought we to rank this one species with bears? And what should we do with the other species? The supposition is of course preposterous, and I might answer by the argumentum ad hominem and ask, what should be done if a perfect kangaroo were seen to come out of the womb of a bear? According to all analogy, it would be ranked with bears, but then assuredly all the other species of the kangaroo family would have to be classed under the bear genus. The whole case is preposterous, for where there has been close descent in common, there will certainly be close resemblance or affinity. As descent has universally been used in classing together the individuals of the same species, though the males and females and larvae are sometimes extremely different, and as it has been used in classing varieties which have undergone a certain, and sometimes a considerable amount of modification, may not this same element of descent have been unconsciously used in grouping species under genera, and genera under higher groups? Though in these cases the modification has been greater in degree and has taken a longer time to complete. I believe it has thus been unconsciously used, and only thus can I understand the several rules and guides which have been followed by our best systematists. We have no written pedigrees. We have to make out community of descent by resemblances of any kind. Therefore, we choose those characters which, as far as we can judge, are the least likely to have been modified in relation to the conditions of life to which each species has been recently exposed. Rudimentary structures on this view are as good as, or even sometimes better than, other parts of the organization. We care not how trifling a character may be. Let it be the mere inflection of the angle of the jaw, the manner in which an insect's wing is folded, whether the skin be covered by hair or feathers, if it prevail throughout many and different species, especially those having very different habits of life, it assumes high value, for we can account for its presence in so many forms with such different habits only by its inheritance from a common parent. We may err in this respect in regard to single points of structure, but when several characters, let them be ever so trifling, occur together throughout a large group of beings having different habits, we may feel almost sure on the theory of descent that these characters have been inherited from a common ancestor. And we know that such correlated or characters have a special value in classification. We can understand why a species or a group of species may depart in several of its most important characteristics from its allies, and yet be safely classed with them. This may be safely done, and is often done, as long as a sufficient number of characters, let them be ever so unimportant, betrays the hidden bond of community of descent. Let two forms have not a single character in common, yet if these extreme forms are connected together by a chain of intermediate groups, we may at once infer their community of descent, and we put them all into the same class. As we find organs of high physiological importance, though which serve to preserve life under the most diverse conditions of existence, are generally the most constant, we attach a special value to them. But if these same organs in another group or section of a group are found to differ much, we at once value them less in our classification. We shall hereafter, I think, clearly see why embryological characters are of such high classificatory importance. Geographical distribution may sometimes be brought usefully into play in classing large and widely distributed genera, because all the species of the same genus, inhabiting any distinct and isolated region, have in all probability descended from the same parents. We can understand, on these views, the very important distinction between real affinities and analogical or adaptive resemblances. Lamarck first called attention to this distinction, and he has been ably followed by Maclay and others.
A resemblance in the shape of the body and in the fin-like anterior limbs between the dugong, which is a pachydermatous animal, and the whale, and between both these mammals and fishes, is analogical. Amongst insects there are innumerable instances. Thus Linnaeus, misled by external appearances, actually classed an homopterous insect as a moth. We see something of the same kind even in our domestic varieties, as in the thickened stems of the common and Swedish turnip. The resemblance of the greyhound and racehorse is hardly more fanciful than the analogies which have been drawn by some authors between very distinct animals.
On my view of characters being of real importance for classification, only insofar as they reveal descent, we can clearly understand why analogical or adaptive character, although of the utmost importance to the welfare of the being, are almost valueless to the scientist. For animals, belonging to two most distinct lines of descent, may readily become adapted to similar conditions, and thus assume a close external resemblance. But such resemblances will rather tend to conceal their blood relationship to their proper lines of descent. We can also understand the apparent paradox, that the very same characters are analogical when whales are compared with fishes, being adaptations in both classes for swimming through the water. But the shape of the body and fin-like limbs serve as characters exhibiting true affinity between the several members of the same class or order are compared one with another. Thus, the shape of the body and fin-like limbs serve as characters exhibiting true affinity between several members of the whale family. For these cetaceans agree in so many characters, great and small, that we cannot doubt that they have inherited their general shape of body instructions, of limbs from a common ancestor. So it is with fishes. As members of distinct classes have often been adapted by successive slight modifications to live under nearly similar circumstances, to inhabit, for instance, the three elements of land, air, and water, we can perhaps understand how it is that a numerical parallelism has sometimes been observed between the subgroups in distinct classes. A naturalist, struck by a parallelism of this nature in any one class, by arbitrarily raising or sinking the value of the groups in other classes, and all our experience shows that this valuation has hitherto been arbitrary, could easily extend the parallelism over a wide range, and thus the septenary, quaternary, and ternary classes have probably arisen. As the modified descendants of dominant species, belonging to the larger genera, tend to inherit the advantages which made the groups to which they belong large and their parents dominant, they are almost sure to spread widely, and to seize on more and more places in the economy of nature. The larger and more dominant groups thus tend to go on increasing in size, and they consequently supplant many smaller and feebler groups. Thus we can account for the fact that all organisms, recent and extinct, are included under a few great orders, under still fewer classes, and all in one great natural system. As showing how few the higher groups are in number, and how widely spread they are throughout the world, the fact is striking that the discovery of Australia has not added a single insect belonging to a new order, and that in the vegetable kingdom, as I learned from Dr. Hooker, it has added only 2 or 3 orders of small size. In the chapter on geological succession, I attempted to show, on the principle of each group having generally diverged much in character during the long-continued process of modification, how it is that the more ancient forms of life often present characters in some slight degree intermediate between existing groups, a few old and intermediate parent forms having occasionally transmitted to the present-day descendants but little modified, will give to us our so-called osculant or aberrant groups. The more aberrant any form is, the greater must be the number of connecting forms, which, on my theory, have been exterminated and utterly lost. And we have some evidence of aberrant forms having suffered severely from extinction, for they are generally represented by extremely few species, and such species as do occur are generally very distinct from each other, which again implies extinction. The genera Ornithorhynchus and Lepidosiren, for example, would not have been less aberrant had each been represented by a dozen species instead of by a single one, but such richness in species, as I find after some investigation, does not commonly fall to the lot of aberrant genera.
We can, I think, account for this fact only by looking at aberrant forms as failing groups conquered by more successful competitors, with a few members preserved by some unusual coincidence of favorable circumstances. Mr. Waterhouse has remarked that when a member belonging to one group of animals exhibits an affinity to a quite distinct group, this affinity in most cases is general and not special. Thus, according to Mr. Waterhouse, of all rodents, the bizcacha is most nearly related to marsupials, but in the points in which it approaches this order, its relations are general, and not to any one marsupial species more than to another. As the points of affinity of the bizcacha to marsupials are believed to be real and not merely adaptive, they are due, on my theory, to inheritance in common. Therefore, we must suppose either that all rodents, including the bizcacha, branched off from some very ancient marsupial which will have had a character in some degree intermediate with respect to all existing marsupials, or that both rodents and marsupials branched off from a common progenitor, and that both groups have since undergone much modification in divergent directions.
On either view, we may suppose that the bizcacha has retained, by inheritance, more of the character of its ancient progenitor than have other rodents, and therefore it will not be specially related to any one existing marsupial, but indirectly to all or nearly all marsupials, from having partially retained the character of their common progenitor, or of an early member of the group. On the other hand, of all marsupials, as Mr. Waterhouse has remarked, the Phascolomys resembles most nearly, not any one species, but the general order of rodents. In this case, however, it may be strongly suspected that the resemblance is only analogical, owing to the Phascolomys having become adapted to habits like those of a rodent. The elder de Candolle has made nearly similar observations on the general nature of the affinities of distinct orders of plants, on the principal application and gradual divergence in character of the species descended from a common parent, together with their retention by inheritance of some characters in common, we can understand the excessively complex and radiating affinities by which all the members of the family or higher group are connected together. For the common parent of a whole family of species, now broken up by extinction into distinct groups and subgroups, will have transmitted some of its characters, modified in various ways and degrees, to all, and the several species will consequently be related to each other by circuitous lines of affinity of various lengths, as may be seen in the diagram so often referred to, mounting up through many predecessors. As it is difficult to show the blood relationship between the numerous kindred of any ancient and noble family, even by the aid of a genealogical tree, and almost impossible to do this without this aid, we can understand the extraordinary difficulty which naturalists have experienced in describing, without the aid of a diagram, the various affinities which they perceive between the many living and extinct members of the same great natural class. Extinction, as we have seen in the 4th chapter, has played an important part in defining and widening the intervals between the several groups in each class. We may thus account even for the distinctness of whole classes from each other. For instance, of birds from all other vertebrate animals, by the belief that many ancient forms of life have been utterly lost, through which the early progenitors of birds were formerly connected with the early progenitors of the other vertebrate classes. There has been less entire extinction of the forms of life which once connected fishes with batrachians. There has been still less in some other classes, as in that of the crustacea. For here the most wonderfully diverse forms are still tied together by a long but broken chain of affinities. Extinction has only separated groups. It has by no means made them. For if every form which has ever lived on this earth were suddenly to reappear, though it would be quite impossible to give definitions by which each group could be distinguished from other groups, as all would blend together by steps as fine as those between the finest existing varieties, nevertheless a natural classification, or at least a natural arrangement, would be possible. We shall see this by turning to the diagram. The letters A to L may represent 11 Silurian genera, some of which have produced large groups of modified descendants. Every intermediate link between these 11 genera and their primordial parent, and every intermediate link in each branch and sub-branch of their descendants, may be supposed to be still alive, and the links to be as fine as those between the finest varieties. In this case, it would be quite impossible to give any definition by which the several members of the several groups could be distinguished from their more immediate parents, or these parents from their ancient and unknown progenitor. Yet the natural arrangement in the diagram would still hold good, and, on the principle of inheritance, all the forms descended from A or from I would have something in common. In a tree we can specify this or that branch, though at the actual fork the two unite and blend together. We could not, as I have said, define the several groups, pick out types or forms representing most of the characters of each group, whether large or small, and thus give a general idea of the differences between them. This is what we should be driven to, if we were ever to succeed in collecting all the forms in any class which have lived throughout all time, and we shall certainly never succeed in making so perfect a collection. Nevertheless, in certain classes, we are tending in this direction, and Milne Edwards has lately insisted in an able paper on the high importance of looking to types, whether or not we can separate and define the groups to which such types belong. Finally, we have seen that natural selection, which results from the struggle for existence, and which almost inevitably induces extinction and divergence of character in the many descendants from one dominant parent species, explains that great and universal feature in the affinities of all organic beings, namely, their subordination in group under group. We use the element of descent in classing the individuals of both sexes and of all ages, although having few characters in common under one species. We use descent in classing acknowledged varieties, however different they may be from their parent. And I believe this element of descent is the hidden bond of connection which naturalists have sought under the term of the natural system. On this idea of the natural system insofar as it has been perfected, genealogical in its arrangement, with the grades of difference between the descendants from a common parent, expressed by the terms genera, families, orders, etc., we can understand the rules which we are compelled to follow in our classmen. We can understand why we value certain resemblances far more than others, why we are permitted to use rudimentary and useless organs or others of trifling physiological importance, why, in comparing one group with a distinct group, we summarily reject analogical or adaptive characters, and yet use these same characters within the limits of the same group. We can clearly see how it is that all living and extinct forms can be grouped together in one great system, and how the several members of each class are connected together by the most complex and radiating lines of affinities. We shall never, probably, disentangle the inextricable web of affinities between the members of any one class, but when we have a distinct object in view and do not look to some unknown plan of creation, we may hope to make sure but slow progress. Morphology. We have seen that the members of the same class, independently of their habits of life, resemble each other in the general plan of their organization. This resemblance is often expressed by the term unity of type, or by saying that the several parts and organs in the different species of the class are homologous. The whole subject is included under the general name of morphology. This is the most interesting department of natural history, and may be said to be its very soul. What can be more curious than that the hand of a man, formed for grasping, that of a mole for digging, the leg of the horse, the paddle of the porpoise, and the wing of the bat, should all be constructed on the same pattern and should include the same bones in the same relative positions? Geoffroy Sand, Darwin. Hilaire has insisted strongly on the high importance of relative connection in homologous organs. The parts may change to almost any extent in form and size, and yet they always remain connected together in the same order. We never find, for instance, the bones of the arm and forearm, or of the thigh and leg, transposed. Hence, the same names can be given to the homologous bones in widely different animals. We see the same great law in the construction of the mouths of insects. What can be more different than the immensely long spiral proboscis of a sphinx moth, the curious folded one of a bee or bug, and the great jaws of a beetle? Yet all these organs, serving for such different purposes, are formed by infinitely numerous models of an upper lip, mandibles, and 2 pairs of maxillae. Analogous laws govern the construction of the mouths and limbs of crustaceans. So it is with the flowers of plants. Nothing can be more hopeless than to attempt to explain this similarity of pattern in members of the same class, by utility or by the doctrine of final causes. The hopelessness of the attempt has been expressly admitted by Owen in his most interesting work on the nature of limbs. On the ordinary view of the independent creation of each being, we can only say that so it is, that it has so pleased the Creator to construct each animal and plant. The explanation is manifest on the theory of the natural selection of successive slight modifications, each modification being profitable in some way to the modified form, but often affecting by correlation of growth other parts of the organization. In changes of this nature, there will be little or no tendency to modify the original pattern or to transpose parts. The bones of a limb might be shortened and widened to any extent and become gradually enveloped in thick membrane so as to serve as a fin. Or a webbed foot might have all its bones, or certain bones, lengthened to any extent, and the connecting them increased to any extent, so as to serve as a wing. Yet, in all this great amount of modification, there will be no tendency to alter the framework of bones or the relative connection of the several parts. If we suppose that the ancient progenitor, the archetype as it may be called, of all mammals had its limbs constructed on the existing general pattern, for whatever purpose they served, we can at once perceive the plain signification of the homologous construction of the limbs throughout the whole class. So with the mouths of insects, we have only to suppose that their common progenitor had an upper lip, mandibles, and 2 pair of maxillae, these parts being perhaps very simple in form, and then natural selection will account for the infinite diversity in structure and function of the mouths of insects. Nevertheless, it is conceivable that the general pattern of an organ might become so much obscured as to be finally lost by the atrophy and ultimately by the complete abortion of certain parts, by the soldering together of other parts, and by the doubling or multiplication of others, variations which we know to be within the limits of possibility. In the paddles of the extinct gigantic sea lizards, and in the mouths of certain septorial crustaceans, the general pattern seems to have been thus to a certain extent obscured. There is another and equally curious branch of the present subject, namely, the comparison not of the same part in different members of a class, but of the different parts or organs in the same individual. Most physiologists believe that the bones of the skull are homologous with, that is, correspond in number and in relative connection with, the elemental parts of a certain number of vertebrae. The anterior and posterior limbs in each member of the vertebrate and articulate classes are plainly homologous. We see the same law in comparing the wonderfully complex jaws and legs in crustaceans. It is familiar to almost everyone that in a flower the relative position of the sepals, petals, stamens, and pistils, as well as their intimate structure, are intelligible on the view that they consist of metamorphosed leaves, arranged in a spire. In monstrous plants, we often get direct evidence of the possibility of one organ being transformed into another, and we can actually see in embryonic crustaceans and in many other animals, and in flowers, that organs which when mature become extremely different, are at an early stage of growth exactly alike. How inexplicable are these facts on the ordinary view of creation? Why should the brain be enclosed in a box composed of such numerous and such extraordinarily shaped pieces of bone? As Owen has remarked, the benefit derived from the yielding of the separate pieces in the act of parturition of mammals will by no means explain the same construction in the skulls of birds. Why should similar bones have been created in the formation of the wing and leg of a bat, used as they are for such totally different purposes? Why should one crustacean, which has an extremely complex mouth formed of many parts, consequently always have fewer legs? Or conversely, those with many legs have simpler mouths? Why should the sepals, petals, stamens, and pistils in any individual flower, though fitted for such widely different purposes, be all constructed on the same pattern? On the theory of natural selection, we can satisfactorily answer these questions. In the vertebrata, we see a series of internal vertebrae bearing certain processes and appendages. In the articulata, we see the body divided into a series of segments, bearing external appendages. And in flowering plants, we see a series of successive spiral whorls of leaves.
An indefinite repetition of the same part or organ is the common characteristic, as Owen has observed, of all low or little modified forms. Therefore, we may readily believe that the unknown progenitor of the vertebrata possessed many vertebrae, the unknown progenitor of the articulata, many segments, and the unknown progenitor of the articulata, many segments, and the unknown progenitor of the articulata, many segments, and the unknown progenitor of flowering plants, many spiral whorls of leaves.
We have formerly seen that parts many times repeated are eminently liable to vary in number and structure. Consequently, it is quite probable that natural selection, during a long-continued course of modification, should have seized on a certain number of the primordially similar elements, many times repeated, and have adapted them to the most diverse purposes. And as the whole amount of modification will have been effected by slight successive steps, we need not wonder at discovering in such parts or organs a certain degree of fundamental resemblance retained by the strong principle of inheritance. In the great class of mollusks, though we can homologize the parts of one species with those of another and distinct species, we can indicate but few serial homologies. That is, we are seldom enabled to say that one part or organ is homologous with another in the same individual. And we can understand this fact, for in mollusks, even in the lowest members of the class, we do not find nearly so much indefinite repetition of any one part, as we find in the other great classes of the animal and vegetable kingdoms. Naturalists frequently speak of the skull as formed of metamorphosed vertebrae, the jaws of crabs as metamorphosed legs, the stamens and pistils of flowers as metamorphosed leaves, but it would in these cases probably be more correct, as Professor Huxley has remarked, to speak of both skull and vertebrae, both jaws and legs, etc., as having been metamorphosed, not one from the other, but from some common element. Naturalists, however, use such language only in a metaphorical sense. They are far from meaning that during the long course of descent, primordial organs of any kind, vertebrae in the lungs and legs in the other, have actually been modified into skulls or jaws. Yet so strong is the appearance of a modification of this nature having occurred, that naturalists can hardly avoid employing language having this plain signification. On my view, these terms may be used literally, and the wonderful fact of the jaws, for instance, of a crab retain numerous characters, which they would probably have retained through inheritance if they had really been metamorphosed during a long course of descent from true legs, or from some simple appendage, is explained. Embryology. It has already been casually remarked that certain organs in the individual, which when mature become widely different and serve for different purposes, are in the embryo exactly alike. The embryos, also, of distinct animals within the same class, strikingly similar. A better proof of this cannot be given than a circumstance mentioned by Agassiz, namely that, having forgotten to ticket the embryo of some vertebrate animal, he cannot now tell whether it be that of a mammal, bird, or reptile. The vermeeriform larvae of moths, flies, beetles, etc. resemble each other much more closely than do the mature insects. But in the case of larvae, the embryos are active and have been adapted for special lines of life.
A trace of the law of embryonic resemblance sometimes lasts till a rather late age. Thus, birds of the same genus and of closely allied genera often resemble each other in their first and second plumage, as we see in the spotted feathers in the thrush group. In the cat tribe, most of the species are striped or spotted in lines, and stripes can be plainly distinguished in the whelp of the lion. We occasionally, though rarely, see something of this kind in plants. Thus, the embryonic leaves of the Olexor firs and the first leaves of the Philodendus acacias are pinnate or divided like the ordinary leaves of the Leguminosae.
The points of structure, in which the embryos of widely different animals of the same class resemble each other, often have no direct relation to their conditions of existence. We cannot, for instance, suppose that in the embryos of the vertebrata the peculiar loop-like course of the arteries near the branchial slits are related to similar conditions. In the young mammal which is nourished in the womb of its mother, in the egg of the bird which is hatched in a nest, and in the spawn of a frog under water. We have no more reason to believe in such a relation than we have to believe that the same bones in the hand of a man, wing of a bat, and fin of a porpoise are related to similar conditions of life. No one will suppose that the stripes on the whelp of a lion or the spots on the young blackbird are of any use to these animals, or are related to the conditions to which they are exposed. The case, however, is different when an animal during any part of its embryonic career is active and has to provide for itself. The period of activity may come on earlier or later, but whenever it comes on, the adaptation of the larva to its conditions of life is just as perfect and as beautiful as in the adult animal. From such special adaptations, the similarity of the larvae or active embryos of allied animals is sometimes much obscured, and cases could be given of the larvae of two species or of two groups of species differing quite as much or even more from each other than do their adult parents. In most cases, however, the larvae, though active, still obey more or less closely the law of common embryonic resemblance. Cirripedes afford a good instance of this. Even the illustrious Cuvier did not perceive that a barnacle was, as it certainly is, a crustacean. But a glance at the larva shows this to be the case in an unmistakable manner. So again the two main divisions of cirripedes, the pedunculated and sessile, which differ widely in external appearance, have larvae in all their several stages barely distinguishable. The embryo in the course of development generally rises in organization. I use this expression, though I am aware that it is hardly possible to define clearly what is meant by the organization being higher or lower. But no one probably will dispute that the butterfly is higher than the caterpillar. In some cases, however, the mature animal is generally considered as lower in the scale than the larva, as with certain parasitic crustaceans. To refer once again to cirripedes, the larvae in the first stage have 3 pairs of legs, a very simple single eye, and a probosciformed mouth, with which they feed largely, for they increase much in size. In the second stage, answering to the chrysalis stage of butterflies, they have 6 pairs of beautifully constructed natatory legs, a pair of magnificent compound eyes, and extremely complex antennae, but they have a closed and imperfect mouth and cannot feed. Their function at this stage is to search by their well-developed organs of sense, and to reach by their active powers of swimming a proper place on which to become attached and to undergo their final metamorphosis. When this is completed, they are fixed for life. Their legs are now converted into prehensile organs. They again obtain a well-constructed mouth, but they have no antennae, and their 2 eyes are now reconverted into a minute single and very simple eye spot. In this last and complete state, cirripedes may be considered as either more highly or more lowly organized than they were in the larval condition. But in some genera, the larvae become developed either into hermaphrodites, having the ordinary structure, or into what I have called complemental males. And in the latter, the development has assuredly been retrograde. For the male is a mere sac, which lives for a short time and is destitute of mouth, stomach, or other organ of importance, excepting for reproduction. We are so much accustomed to see differences in structure between the embryo and the adult, and likewise a close similarity in the embryos of widely different animals within the same class, that we might be led to look at these facts as necessarily contingent in some manner on growth. But there is no obvious reason why, for instance, the wing of a bat, or the fin of a porpoise, should not have been sketched out with all the parts in proper proportion, as soon as any structure became visible in the embryo. And in some whole groups of animals and in certain members of other groups, the embryo does not at any period differ widely from the adult. Thus, Owen has remarked in regard to cuttlefish, there is no metamorphosis, The cephalopodic character is manifested long before the parts of the embryo are completed, and again in spiders. There is nothing worthy to be called a metamorphosis. The larvae of insects, whether adapted to the most diverse and active habits, or quite inactive, being fed by their parents or placed in the midst of proper nutriment, yet nearly all pass through a similar worm-like stage of development. But in some few cases, as in that of Aphis, if we look to the admirable dock or mal of any new, minor completed drawings by Professor Huxley of the development of this insect, we see no trace of the vermiform stage. How, then, can we explain these several facts in embryology, namely the very general but not universal difference in structure between the embryo and the adult, of parts in the same individual embryo which ultimately become very unlike and serve for diverse purposes, being at this early period of growth alike? Of embryos of different species within the same class, generally, but not universally, resembling each other. If the structure of the embryo not being closely related to its conditions of existence, except when the embryo becomes in any period of active and has to provide for itself, of the embryo apparently having sometimes a higher organization than the mature animal, into which it is developed. I believe that all these facts can be explained as follows on the view of descent with modification. It is commonly assumed, perhaps from monstrosities often affecting the embryo at a very early period, that slight variations necessarily appear at an equally early period, but we have little evidence on this head. Indeed, the evidence rather points the other way, for it is notorious that breeders of cattle, horses, and various fancy animals cannot positively tell until some time after the animal has been born what its merits or form will ultimately turn out. We see this plainly in our own children. We cannot always tell whether the child will be tall or short, or what its precise will be. The question is not at what period of life any variation has been caused, but at what period it is fully displayed. The cause may have acted, and I believe generally has acted, even before the embryo is formed, and the variation may be due to the male and female sexual elements having been affected by the conditions to which either parent or their ancestors have been exposed. Nevertheless, an effect thus caused at a very early period, even before the formation of the embryo, may appear late in life, as when an hereditary disease which appears in old age alone has been communicated to the offspring from the reproductive element of one parent, or again, as when the horns of crossbred cattle have been affected by the shape of the horns of either parent. For the welfare of a very young animal, as long as it remains in its mother's womb, or in the egg, or as long as it is nourished and protected by its parent, it must be quite unimportant whether most of its characters are fully acquired a little earlier or later in life. It would not signify, for instance, to a bird which obtained its food best by having a long beak, whether or not it assumed a beak of this particular length, as long as it was fed by its parents. Hence, I conclude that it is quite possible that each of the many successive modifications by which each species has acquired its present structure may have supervened at a not very early period of life, and some direct evidence from our domestic animals supports this view. But in other cases it is quite possible that each successive modification, or most of them, may have appeared at an extremely early period. I have stated in the first chapter that there is some evidence to render it probable that at whatever age any variation first appears in the parent, it tends to reach at a corresponding age in the offspring. Certain variations can only appear at corresponding ages, for instance, peculiarities in the caterpillar, cocoon, or amigo, states of the silk moth, or, again, in the horns of almost full-grown cattle. But further than this, variations which, for all that we can see, might have appeared earlier or later in life, tend to appear at a corresponding age in the offspring and parent. I am far from meaning that this is invariably the case, and I could give a good many cases of variations, taking the word in the largest sense, which have supervened at an earlier age in the child than in the parent. These two principles, if their truth be admitted, will, I believe, explain all the above specified leading facts in embryology. But first, let us look at analogous cases in domestic varieties. Some authors who have written on dogs maintain that the greyhound and bulldog, though appearing so different, are really varieties most closely allied, and have probably descended from the same wild stock. Hence, I was curious to see how far their puppies differed from each other. I was told by breeders that they differed just as much as their parents, and this, judging by the eye, seemed almost to be the case. But on actually measuring the old dogs and their 6 days old puppies, I found that the puppies had not nearly acquired their full amount of proportional difference. So, again, I was told that the foals of cart and racehorses differed as much as the full-grown animals, and this surprised me greatly, as I think it probable that the difference between these two breeds has been wholly caused by selection under domestication. But having had careful measurements made of the dam and of a 3 days old colt of a race and heavy cart horse, I find that the colts have by no means acquired their full amount of proportional difference. As the evidence appears to me conclusive that the several domestic breeds of pigeon have descended from one wild species, I compared young pigeons of various breeds within 12 hours after being hatched. I carefully measured the proportions, but will not here give details of the beak, width of mouth, length of nostril and of eyelid, size and length of leg. In the wild stock, in pouters, fantails, runts, barbs, dragons, carriers, and tumblers. Now some of these birds, when mature, differ so extraordinarily in length and form of beak that would, I cannot doubt, be ranked in distinct genera had they been natural productions. But when the nestling birds of these several breeds were placed in a row, though most of them could be distinguished from each other, yet their proportional differences in the above specified several points were incomparably less than in the full-grown birds. Some characteristic points of difference, for instance that of the width of mouth, could hardly be detected in the young. But there was one remarkable exception to this rule, for the young of the short-faced tumbler differed from the young of the wild rock pigeon and of the other breeds, in all its proportions, almost exactly as much as in the adult state. The two principles above given seem to me to explain these facts in regard to the later embryonic stages of our domestic varieties. Fanciers select their horses, dogs, and pigeons for breeding when they are nearly grown up. They are indifferent whether the desired qualities and structures have been acquired earlier or later in life, if the full-grown animal possesses them.
And the cases just given, more especially that of pigeons, seem to show that the characteristic differences which give value to each breed, and which have been accumulated by man's selection, have not generally first appeared at an early period of life, and have been inherited by the offspring at a corresponding not early period, but the case of the short-faced tumbler, which when 12 hours old had acquired its proper proportions, proves that this is not the universal rule, for here the characteristic differences must either have appeared at an earlier period than usual, or if not so, the differences must have been inherited, not at the corresponding but at an earlier age than usual, or if not so, the differences must have been inherited, not at the corresponding but at an earlier age.
Now let us apply these facts and the above two principles, which latter, though not proved true, can be shown to be in some degree probable, to species in a state of nature. Let us take a genus of birds, descended on my theory from some one-parent species, and of which the several new species have become modified through natural selection in accordance with their diverse habits. Then, from the many slight successive steps of variation having supervened at a rather late age, and having been inherited at a corresponding age, the young of the new species of our supposed genus will manifestly tend to resemble each other much more closely than do the adults, just as we have seen in the case of pigeons. We may extend this view to whole families or even classes. The forelimbs, for instance, which served as legs in the parent species, may become, by a long course of modification, adapted in one descendant to act as hands, in another as paddles, in another as wings, and on the above two principles, namely of each successive modification supervening at a rather late age and being inherited at a corresponding late age, the forelimbs and the embryos of the several descendants of the parent species will still resemble each other closely, for they will not have been modified. But in each individual new species, the embryonic forelimbs will differ greatly from the forelimbs in the mature animal, the limbs in the latter having undergone much modification at a rather late period of life, and having thus been converted into hands, or paddles, or wings. Whatever influence long-continued exercise or use on the one hand, and disuse on the other, may have in modifying, such influence will mainly affect the mature animal, which has come to its full powers of activity, and has to gain its own living, and the effects thus produced will be inherited at a corresponding mature age. Whereas the young will remain unmodified, or be modified in a lesser degree, by the effects of use and disuse. In certain cases, the successive steps of variation might supervene, from causes of which we are wholly ignorant, at a very early period of life, or each step might be inherited at an earlier period than that at which it first. In either case, as with the short-faced tumbler, the young or embryo would closely resemble the mature parent form. We have seen that this is the rule of development in certain whole groups of animals, as with cuttlefish and spiders, and with a few members of the great class of insects, as with the followers. With respect to the final cause of the young in these cases not undergoing any metamorphosis, or closely resembling their parents from their earliest age, we can see that this would result from the two following contingencies. Firstly, from the young during a course of modification carried on for many generations, having to provide for their own wants at a very early stage of development. And secondly, from their following exactly the same habits of life with their parents, for in this case, it would be indispensable for the existence of the species that the child should be modified at a very early age in the same manner with its parents, in accordance with their similar habits. Some further explanation, however, of the embryo not undergoing any metamorphosis is perhaps requisite, if, on the other hand, it provided the young to follow habits of life in any degree different from those of their parent, and consequently to be constructed in a slightly different manner. Then, on the principle of inheritance at corresponding ages, the active young or larvae might easily be rendered by natural selection different to any conceivable extent from their parents. Such differences might also become correlated with successive stages of development, so that the larvae in the first stage might differ greatly from the larvae in the second stage, as we have seen to be the case with cirripedes. The adult might become fitted for sights or habits, in which organs of locomotion or of the senses, etc., would be useless, and in this case the final metamorphosis would be said to be retrograde. As all the organic beings, extinct and recent, which have ever lived on this earth, have to be classified, and as all have been connected by the finest gradations, the best, or indeed, if our collections were nearly perfect, the only possible arrangement would be genealogical, descent being, on my view, the hidden bond of connection which naturalists have been seeking under the term of the natural system. On this view, we can understand how it is that, in the eyes of most naturalists, the structure of the embryo is even more important for classification than that of the adult. For the embryo is the animal in its less modified state, and in so far it reveals the structure of its progenitor. In two groups of animal, however much they may at present differ from each other in structure and habits, if they pass through the same or similar embryonic stages, we may feel assured that they have both descended from the same or nearly similar parents, and are therefore in that degree closely related. Thus, community in embryonic structure reveals community of descent. It will reveal this 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 community of Narian-Sens. As the embryonic state of each species and group of species partially shows us the structure of their less modified ancient progenitors, we can clearly see why ancient and extinct forms of life should resemble the embryos of their descendants. Our existing species? Agassiz believes this to be a law of nature, but I am bound to confess that I only hope to see the law hereafter proved true. It can be proved true in those cases alone in which the ancient state, now supposed to be represented in embryos, has not been obliterated, either by the successive variations in a long course of modification having supervened at a very early age, or by the variations having been inherited at an earlier period than that at which they first appeared. It should also be borne in mind that the supposed law of resemblance of ancient forms of life to the embryonic stages of recent forms may be true, but yet, owing to the geological record not extending far enough back in time, may remain for a long period, or forever, incapable of demonstration. Thus, as it seems to me, the leading facts in embryology, which are second in importance to none in natural history, are explained on the principle of slight modifications not appearing in the many descendants from some one ancient progenitor at a very early period in the life of each, though perhaps caused at the earliest, and inherited at a corresponding not early period. Embryology rises greatly in interest when we thus look at the embryo as a picture, more or less obscured, of the common parent form of each great class of animals. Rudimentary, atropide, or aborted organs or parts in this strange condition, bearing the stamp of inutility, are extremely common throughout nature. For instance, rudimentary mammae are very general in the males of mammals. I presume that the bastard wing in birds may be safely considered as a digit in a rudimentary state. In very many snakes, one lobe of the lungs is rudimentary. In other snakes, there are rudiments of the pelvis and hind limbs. Some of the cases of rudimentary organs are extremely curious. For instance, the presence of teeth in foetal whales, which when grown up have not in their heads, and the presence of teeth which never cut through the gums in the upper jaws of our unborn calves. It has even been stated on good authority that rudimentary teeth can be detected in the beaks of certain embryonic birds. Nothing can be plainer than that wings are formed for flight. Yet, in how many insects do we see wings so reduced in size as to be utterly incapable of flight, and not rarely lying under wing cases, firmly soldered together? The meaning of rudimentary organs is often quite unmistakable. For instance, there are beetles of the same genus, and even of the same species, resembling each other most closely in all respects, one of which will have full-sized wings and another mere rudiments of membrane. And here it is impossible to doubt that the rudiments represent wings. Rudimentary organs sometimes retain their potentiality and are merely not developed. This seems to be the case with the mammalia of male mammals, for many instances are on record of these organs having become well developed in full-grown males and having secreted milk. So again, there are normally 4 developed and 2 rudimentary teats in the udders of the genus Bos, but in our domestic cows the 2 sometimes become developed and give milk. In individual plants of the same species, the petals sometimes occur as mere rudiments, and sometimes in a well-developed state. In plants with separated sexes, the male flowers often have a rudiment of a pistil, and Kohlreuter found that by crossing such male plants with an hermaphrodite species, the rudiment of the pistil in the hybrid offspring was much increased in size. And this shows that the rudiment and the perfect pistil are essentially alike in nature. An organ serving for two purposes may become rudimentary or utterly aborted for one, even the more important purpose, and remain perfectly efficient for the other. Thus in plants, the office of the pistil is to allow the pollen tubes to reach the ovules protected in the ovarium at its base. The pistil consists of a stigma supported on the style, but in some Compositae, the male florets, which of course cannot be fecundated, have a pistil, which is in a rudimentary state, for it is not crowned with a stigma, but the style remains well developed, and is clothed with hairs as in other Compositae, for the purpose of brushing the pollen out of the surrounding anthers. Again, an organ may become rudimentary for its proper purpose, and be used for a distinct object. In certain fish, the swim bladder seems to be rudimentary for its proper function of giving buoyancy, but has become converted into a nascent breathing organ or lung. Other similar instances could be given. Rudimentary organs in the individuals of the same species are very liable to vary in degree of development and in other respects. Moreover, in closely allied species, the degree to which the same organ has been rendered rudimentary differs much. This latter fact is well exemplified in the state of the wings of the female moths in certain groups. Rudimentary organs may be utterly aborted, and this implies that we find in an animal or plant no trace of an organ, which analogy would lead us to expect to find, and which is occasionally found in monstrous individuals of the species. Thus in the snapdragon, Antirrhinum, we generally do not find a rudiment of a fifth stamen, but this may sometimes be seen. In tracing the homologies of the same part in different members of a class, nothing is more common, or more necessary, than the use and discovery of rudiments. This is well shown in the drawings given by Owen of the bones of the leg of the horse, ox, and rhinoceros. It is an important fact that rudimentary organs, such as teeth in the upper jaws of whales and ruminants, can often be detected in the embryo, but afterwards wholly It is also, I believe, a universal rule that a rudimentary part or organ is of greater size relatively to the adjoining parts in the embryo than in the adult, so that the organ at this early age is less rudimentary, or even cannot be said to be in any degree rudimentary. Hence, also, a rudimentary organ in the adult is often said to have retained its embryonic condition. I have now given the leading facts with respect to rudimentary organs. In reflecting on them, every one must be struck with astonishment, for the same reasoning power which tells us that most parts and organs are exquisitely adapted for certain purposes, tells us with equal plainness that these rudimentary or atrophied organs are imperfect and useless. In works on natural history, rudimentary organs are generally said to have been created for the sake of symmetry, or in order to complete the scheme of nature. But this seems to me no explanation, merely a restatement of the fact. Would it be thought sufficient to say that because planets revolve in elliptic courses around the sun, satellites follow the same course around the planets, for the sake of symmetry? And to complete the scheme of nature, an eminent physiologist accounts for the presence of rudimentary organs by supposing that they serve to excrete matter in excess or injurious to the system. But can we suppose that the minute papilla, which often represents the pistil in male flowers, and which is formed merely of cellular tissue, can thus act? Can we suppose that the formation of rudimentary teeth, which are subsequently absorbed, can be of any service to the rapidly growing embryonic calf by the excretion of precious phosphate of lime? When a man's fingers have been amputated, imperfect nails sometimes appear on the stumps. I could as soon believe that these vestiges of nails have appeared not from unknown laws of growth, but in order to excrete horny matter, as that the rudimentary nails on the fin of the manatee were formed for this purpose. On my view of descent with modification, the origin of rudimentary teeth, which are subsequently absorbed, can be of any service to the rapidly growing embryonic calf by the excretion of precious phosphate of lime. When a man's fingers have been aided, imperfect nails sometimes appear on the stumps. I could as soon believe that these vestiges of nails have appeared not from unable to them. We have plenty of cases of rudimentary organs in our domestic productions, as the stump of a tail in tailless breeds, the vestige of an ear in earless breeds, the rib of minute dangling horns in hornless breeds of cattle, more especially, according to Hewitt, in young animals, and the state of the whole flower in the cauliflower. We often see rudiments of various parts in monsters, but I doubt whether any of these cases throw light on the origin of rudimentary organs in a state of nature, further than by showing that rudiments can be produced, for I doubt whether species under nature ever undergo abrupt changes. I believe that disuse has been the main agency, that it has led in successive generations to the gradual reduction of various organs until they have become rudimentary, as in the case of the eyes of animals inhabiting dark caverns, and of the wings of birds inhabiting oceanic islands, which have seldom been forced to take flight, and have ultimately lost the power of flying. An organ useful under certain conditions might become injurious under others, as with beetles living on small and exposed islands, and in this case natural selection would continue slowly to reduce the organ until it was rendered harmless and rudimentary. Any change in function, which can be effected by insensibly small steps, is within the power of natural selection, so that an organ rendered during changed habits of life, useless or injurious for one purpose, might easily be modified and used for another purpose, or an organ might be retained for one alone of its former functions. An organ, when rendered useless, may be variable, for its variations cannot be checked by natural selection. At whatever period of life disuse or selection reduces an organ, and this will generally be when the being has come to maturity and to its full powers of action, the principle of inheritance at corresponding ages will reproduce the organ in its reduced state at the same age, and consequently will seldom affect or reduce it in the embryo. Thus, we can understand the greater relative size of rudimentary organs in the embryo, and their lesser relative size in the adult.
But if each step of the process of reduction were to be inherited, not at the corresponding age, but at an extremely early period of life, as we have good reason to believe to be possible, the rudimentary part would tend to be wholly lost, and we should have a case of complete abortion. The principle also of economy explained in a former chapter, by which the materials forming any part or structure, if not useful to the possessor, will be saved as far as is possible, will probably often come into play, and this will tend to cause the entire obliteration of a rudimentary organ, as the presence of rudimentary organs is thus due to the tendency in every part of the organization which has lasted to be inherited. We can understand on the genealogical view of classification how it is that systematists have found rudimentary parts as useful as, or even sometimes more useful than, parts of high physiological importance. Rudimentary organs may be compared with the letters in a word, still retained in the spelling, but become useless in the pronunciation, but which serve as a clue in seeking for its derivation.
On the view of descent with modification, we may conclude that the existence of organs in a rudimentary, imperfect, and useless condition, or quite aborted, far from presenting a strange difficulty, as they assuredly do on the ordinary doctrine of creation, might even have been anticipated, and can be accounted for by the laws of inheritance. Summary. In this chapter, I have attempted to show that the subordination of group to group in all organisms throughout all time, that the nature of the relationship by which all living and extinct beings are united by complex, radiating and circuitous lines of affinities into one grand system, the rules followed and the difficulties encountered by naturalists in their classifications, the value set upon characters, if constant and prevalent, whether of high vital importance or of the most trifling importance, or, as in rudimentary organs, of no importance. The wide opposition in value between analogical or adaptive characters and characters of true affinity, and other such rules, all naturally follow on the view of the common parentage of those forms which are considered by naturalists as allied, together with their modification through natural selection, with its contingencies of extinction and divergence of character. In considering this view of classification, it should be borne in mind that the element of descent has been universally used in ranking together the sexes, ages, and acknowledged varieties of the same species, however different they may be in structure. If we extend the use of this element of descent, the only certainly known cause of similar organic beings, I'll understand what is meant by the natural system. It is genealogical in its attempted arrangement, with the grades of acquired difference marked by the terms varieties, species, genera, families, orders, and classes. On this same view of descent with modification, all the great facts in morphology become intelligible. Whether we look to the same pattern displayed in the homologous organs, to whatever purpose applied, of the different species of a class, or to the homologous parts constructed on the same pattern in each individual animal and plant. On the principle of successive slight variations, not necessarily or generally supervening at a very early period of life, and being inherited at a corresponding period, we can understand the great leading facts in embryology, namely the resemblance in an individual embryo of the homologous parts, which when matured will become widely different from each other in structure and function, and the resemblance in different species of a class of the homologous parts or organs, though fitted in the adult members for purposes as different as possible. Larvae are active embryos which have become specially modified in relation to their habits of life through the principle of modifications being inherited at corresponding ages. On this same principle, and bearing in mind that when organs are reduced in size either from disuse or selection, it will generally be at that period of life when the being has to provide for its own wants, and bearing in strong as the principle of inheritance, the occurrence of rudimentary organs and their final abortion present to us no inexplicable difficulties. On the contrary, their presence might have been even anticipated. The importance of embryological characters and of rudimentary organs in classification is intelligible, on the view that an arrangement is only so far natural as it is genealogical. Finally, the several classes of facts which have been considered in this chapter seem to me to proclaim so plainly that the innumerable species, genera, and families of organic beings with which this world is peopled have all descended, each within its own class or group, from common parents and have all been modified in the course of descent, that I should without hesitation adopt this view, even if it were unsupported by other facts or arguments. Chapter 14. Recapitulation and Conclusion. Recapitulation of the difficulties on the theory of natural selection. Recapitulation of the difficulties on the theory of natural selection. Recapitulation of the difficulties on the theory of natural selection. Recapitulation of the difficulties on the theory of natural selection. Recapitulation of the difficulties on the theory of natural selection. Recapitulation of the difficulties on the theory of natural selection. Recapitulation of the difficulties on the theory of natural selection, we do not deny. I have endeavored to give to them their full force. Nothing at first can appear more difficult to believe than that the more complex organs and instincts should have been perfected, not by means superior to, though analogous with, human reason, but by the accumulation of innumerable slight variations, each good for the individual possessor. Nevertheless, this difficulty, though appearing to our imagination insuperably great, cannot be considered real if we admit the following propositions, namely, that gradations in the perfection of any organ or instinct, which we may consider, either do now exist, or could have existed, each good of its kind, that all organs and instincts are, in ever so slight a degree, variable, and, lastly, that there is a struggle for existence leading to the preservation of each profitable deviation of structure or instinct. The truth of these propositions cannot, I think, be disputed. It is, no doubt, extremely difficult even to conjecture by what gradations many structures have been perfected, more especially amongst broken and failing groups of organic beings. But we see so many strange gradations in nature, as is proclaimed by the canon, Natura non facit saltum, that we ought to be extremely cautious in saying that any organ or instinct, or any whole being, could not have arrived at its present state by many graduated steps. There are, it must be admitted, cases of special difficulty on the theory of natural selection, and one of the most curious of these is the existence of 2 or 3 defined castes of workers or sterile females in the same community of ants. But I have attempted to show how this difficulty can be mastered. With respect to the almost universal sterility of species when first crossed, which forms so remarkable a contrast with the almost universal fertility of varieties when crossed, I must refer the reader to the recapitulation of the facts given at the end of the 8th chapter, which seem to me conclusively to show that this sterility is no more a special endowment than is the incapacity of 2 trees to be grafted together, but that it is incidental on constitutional differences in the reproductive systems of the intercrossed species. We see the truth of this conclusion in the vast difference in the result, when the same 2 species are crossed reciprocally. That is, when one species is first used as the father and then as the mother. The fertility of varieties when intercrossed and of their mongrel offspring cannot be considered as universal. Nor is their very general fertility surprising when we remember that it is not likely that either their constitutions or their reproductive systems should have been profoundly modified. Moreover, most of the varieties which have been experimentized on have been produced under domestication, and as domestication apparently tends to eliminate sterility, we ought not to expect it also to produce sterility. The sterility of hybrids is a very different case from that of first crosses, for their reproductive organs are more or less functionally impotent, whereas in first crosses the organs on both sides are in a perfect condition.
As we continually see that organisms of all kinds are rendered in some degree sterile from their constitutions having been disturbed by slightly different and new conditions of life, we need not feel surprise at hybrids being in some degree sterile, for their constitutions can hardly fail to have been disturbed from being compounded of 2 distinct organizations. This parallelism is supported by another parallel but directly opposite class of facts, namely that the vigor and fertility of all organic beings increased by slight changes in their conditions of life, and that the offspring of slightly modified forms or varieties acquire from being crossed increased vigor and fertility.
So that, on the one hand, considerable in the conditions of crosses between greatly modified forms lessen fertility, and, on the other hand, lesser changes in the conditions of life and crosses between greatly modified forms lessen fertility, and, on the other hand, lesser changes in the conditions of life and crosses between less modified forms increase fertility. Turning to geographical distribution, the difficulties encountered on the theory of descent with modification are enough. All the individuals of the same species, and all the species of the same genus, or even higher group, must have descended from common parents, and therefore, in however distant and isolated parts of the world they are now found, they must in the course of successive generations have passed from some one part to the others. We are often wholly unable even to conjecture how this could have been effected. Yet, as we have reason to believe that some species have retained the same specific form for very long periods, enormously long as measured by years, too much stress ought not to be laid on the occasional wide diffusion of the same species, for during very long periods of time there will always be a good chance for wide migration by many means. A broken or interrupted range may often be accounted for by the extinction of a species in the intermediate regions. It cannot be denied that we are as yet very ignorant of the full extent of the various climatal and geographical changes which have affected the Earth during modern periods, and such changes will obviously have greatly facilitated migration. As an example, I have attempted to show how potent has been the influence of the glacial period on the distribution both of the same and of representative species throughout the world. We are as yet profoundly ignorant of the many occasional means of transport. With respect to distinct species of the same genus inhabiting very distant and isolated regions, as the process of modification has necessarily been slow, all the means of migration will have been possible during a very long period, and consequently the difficulty of the wide diffusion of species of the same genus is in some degree lessened. As on the theory of natural selection, an interminable number of intermediate forms must have existed, linking together all the species in each group by gradations as fine as our present varieties. It may be asked, why do we not see these linking forms all around us? Why are not all organic beings blended together in an inextricable chaos? With respect to existing forms, we should remember that we have no right to expect, excepting in rare cases, to discover directly connecting links between them, but only between each and some extinct and supplanted form, even on a wide area, which has, during a long period, remained continuous, and of which the climate and other conditions of life change insensibly in going from a district occupied by a closely allied species. We have no just right to expect often to find intermediate varieties in the intermediate zone, for we have reason to believe that only a few species are undergoing change at any one period, and all changes are slowly effected. I have also shown that the intermediate varieties which will at first probably exist in the intermediate zones will be liable to be supplanted by the allied forms on either hand, and the latter, from existing in greater numbers, will generally be modified and improved at a quicker rate than the intermediate varieties, which exist in lesser numbers, so that the intermediate varieties will, in the long run, be supplanted and exterminated. On this doctrine of the extermination of an infinitude of connecting links between the living and extinct inhabitants of the world, and at each successive period between the extinct and still older species, why is not every geological formation charged with such links? Why does not every collection of fossil remains afford plain evidence of the gradation and mutation of the forms of life? We meet with no such evidence, and this is the most obvious and forcible of the many objections which may be urged against my theory. Why, again, do whole groups of allied species appear, though certainly they often falsely are, to have come in suddenly on the several geological stages? Why do we not find great strata beneath the Silurian system, stored with the remains of the progenitors of the Silurian groups of fossils? For certainly on my theory, such strata must somewhere have been deposited at these ancient and utterly unknown epochs in the world's history. I can answer these questions and grave objections only on the supposition that the geological record is far more imperfect than most geologists believe. It cannot be objected that there has not been time sufficient for any amount of organic change, for the lapse of time has been so great as to be utterly inappreciable by the human intellect. The number of specimens in all our museums is absolutely as nothing compared with the countless generations of countless species which certainly have existed. We should not be able to recognize a species as the parent of any one or more species if we were to examine them ever so closely, unless we likewise possessed intermediate links between their past or parent and present states. And these many links we could hardly ever expect to discover, owing to the imperfection of the geological record. Numerous existing doubtful forms could be named which are probably varieties, but who will pretend that in future ages so many fossil links will be discovered that naturalists will to decide, on the common view, whether or not these doubtful forms are varieties? As long as most of the links between any two species are unknown, if any one link or intermediate variety be discovered, it will simply be classed as another and distinct species. Only a small portion of the world has been geologically explored. Only organic beings of certain classes can be preserved in a fossil condition, at least in any great number. Widely ranging species vary most, and varieties are often at first local, both causes rendering the discovery of intermediate links less likely. Local varieties will not spread into other and distant regions until they are considerably modified and improved. And when they do spread, if discovered in a geological formation, they will appear as if suddenly created there and will be simply classed as new species. Most formations have been intermittent in their accumulation, and their duration, I am inclined to believe, has been shorter than the average duration of specific forms. Successive formations are separated from each other by enormous blank intervals of time. For fossiliferous formations, thick enough to resist future degradation, can be accumulated only where much sediment is deposited on the subsiding bed of the sea. During the alternate periods of elevation and of stationary level, the record will be blank. During these latter periods, there will probably be more variability in the forms of life. During periods of subsidence, more extinction. With respect to the absence of fossiliferous formations beneath the lowest Silurian strata, I can only recur to the hypothesis given in the 9th chapter. That the geological record is imperfect, all will admit, but that it is imperfect to the degree which I require, few will be inclined to admit. If we look to long enough intervals of time, geology plainly declares that all species have changed, and they have changed in the manner which my theory requires, for they have changed slowly and in a graduated manner. We clearly see this in the fossils from consecutive formations, invariably being much more closely related to each other than are the fossils from formations distant from each other in time. Such is the sum of the several chief objections and difficulties which may justly be urged against my theory, and I have now briefly recapitulated the answers and explanations which can be given to them. I have felt these difficulties far too heavily during many years to doubt their weight. But it deserves especial notice that the more important objections relate to questions on which we are confessedly ignorant, nor do we know how ignorant we are. We do not know all the possible transitional gradations between the simplest and the most perfect organs. It cannot be pretended that we know all the varied means of distribution during the long lapse of years, or that we know how imperfect the geological record is. Grave as these several difficulties are, in my judgment they do not overthrow the theory of descent with modification. Now let us turn to the other side of the argument. Under domestication we see much variability. This seems to be mainly due to the reproductive system being eminently susceptible to changes in the conditions of life, so that this system, when not rendered impotent, fails to reproduce offspring exactly like the parent form. Variability is governed by many complex laws, by correlation of growth, by use and disuse, and by the direct action of the physical conditions of life. There is much difficulty in ascertaining how much modification our domestic productions have undergone, but we may safely infer that the amount has been large, and that modifications can be inherited for long periods. As long as the conditions of life remain the same, we have reason to believe that a modification, which has already been inherited for many generations, may continue to be inherited for an almost infinite number of generations. On the other hand, we have evidence that variability, when it has once come into play, does not wholly cease, for new varieties are still occasionally produced by our most anciently domesticated productions. Man does not actually produce variability. He only unintentionally exposes organic beings to new conditions of life, and then nature acts on the organization and causes variability. But man can and does select the variations given to him by nature, and thus accumulate them in any desired manner. He thus adapts animals and plants for his own benefit or pleasure. He may do this methodically, or he may do it unconsciously by preserving the individuals most useful to him at the time, without any thought of altering the breed. It is certain that he can largely influence the character of a breed by selecting, in each successive generation, individual differences so slight as to be quite inappreciable by an uneducated eye. This process of selection has been the great agency in the production of the most distinct and useful domestic breeds. That many of the breeds produced by man have to a large extent the character of natural species is shown by inextricable doubts whether very many of them are varieties or aboriginal species. There is no obvious reason why the principles which have acted so efficiently under domestication should not have acted under nature. In the preservation of favored individuals during the constantly recurrent struggle for existence, be the most powerful and ever-acting means of selection. The struggle for existence inevitably follows from the high geometrical ratio of increase which is common to all organic beings. This high rate of increase is proved by calculation. By the effects of a succession of peculiar seasons, and by the results of naturalization, as explained in the 3rd chapter. More individuals are born than can possibly survive. A grain in the balance will determine which individual shall live and which shall die, which variety or species shall increase in number, and which shall decrease, or finally become extinct. As the individuals of the same species come in all respects into the closest competition with each other, the struggle will generally be most severe between them. It will be almost equally severe between the varieties of the same species, and next in severity between the species of the same genus. But the struggle will often be very severe between beings most remote in the scale of nature. The slightest advantage in one being, at any age or during any season, over those with which it comes into competition, or better adaptation in however slight a degree to the surrounding physical conditions, will turn the balance. With animals having separated sexes, there will in most cases be a struggle between the males for possession of the females. The most vigorous individuals, or those which have most successfully struggled with their conditions of life, will generally leave most progeny, but success will often depend on having special weapons or means of defense, or on the charms of the males, and the slightest advantage will lead to victory. As geology plainly proclaims that each land has undergone great physical changes, we might have expected that organic beings would have varied under nature, in the same way as they generally have varied under the changed conditions of domestication. And if there be any variability under nature, it would be an unaccountable fact if natural selection had not come into play. It has often been asserted, but the assertion is quite incapable of proof, that the amount of variation under nature is a strictly limited quantity. Man, though acting on external characters alone and often capriciously, can produce within a short period a great result by adding up mere individual differences in his domestic productions. And every one admits that there are at least individual differences in species under nature. But besides such differences, all naturalists have admitted the existence of varieties, which they think sufficiently distinct to be worthy of record in systematic works. No one can draw any clear distinction between individual differences and slight varieties, or between more plainly marked varieties and subspecies and species. Let it be observed how naturalists differ in the rank which they assign to the many representative forms in Europe and North America. If then we have under nature variability and a powerful agent always ready to act and select, why should we doubt that variations in any way useful to beings, under their excessively complex relations of life, would be preserved, accumulated, and inherited? Why, if man can by patience select variations most useful to himself, should nature fail in selecting variations useful, under changing conditions of life, to her products? What limit can be put to this power, acting during long ages and rigidly scrutinizing the whole constitution, structure, and habits of each, favoring the good and rejecting the bad? I can see no limit to this power, in slowly and beautifully adapting each form to the most complex relations of life. The theory of natural selection, even if we looked no further than this, seems to me to be in itself probable. I have already recapitulated as fairly as I could the opposed difficulties and objections. Now let us turn to the special facts and arguments in favor of the theory. On the view that species are only strongly marked and permanent varieties, and that each species first existed as a variety, we can see why it is that no line of demarcation can be drawn between species, commonly supposed to have been produced by special acts of creation, and varieties which are acknowledged to have been produced by secondary laws. On this same view, we can understand how it is that in each region where many species of a genus have been and where they now flourish, these same species should present many varieties, for where the manufactory of species has been active, we might expect, as a general rule, to find it still in action, and this is the case if varieties be incipient species. Moreover, the species of the larger genera, which afford the greater number of varieties or incipient species, retain to a certain degree the character of varieties, for they differ from each other by a less amount of difference than do the species of smaller genera. The closely allied species also of the larger genera apparently have restricted ranges, and they are clustered in little groups around other species, in which respects they resemble varieties. These are strange relations on the view of each species having been independently created, but are intelligible if all species first existed as varieties. As each species tends by its geometrical ratio of reproduction to increase inordinately in number, and as the modified descendants of each species will be enabled to increase by so much the more as they become more diversified in habits and structure, so as to be able to seize on many and widely different places in the economy of nature, there will be a constant tendency in natural selection to preserve the most divergent offspring of any one species. Hence, during a long-continued course of modification, the slightest characteristic of varieties of the same species tend to be augmented into the greater differences characteristic of species of the same genus. New and improved varieties will inevitably supplant and exterminate the older, less improved, and intermediate varieties, and thus species are rendered to a large extent defined and distinct objects. Dominant species belonging to the larger groups tend to give birth to new and dominant forms, so that each large group tends to become still larger and at the same time more divergent in character. But as all groups cannot thus succeed in increasing in size, for the world would not hold them, the more dominant groups beat the less dominant.
This tendency in the large groups to go on increasing in size and diverging in character, together with the almost inevitable contingency of much extinction, explains the arrangement of all the forms of life, in groups subordinate to groups, all within a few great classes which we now see everywhere around us, and which has prevailed throughout all time. This grand fact of the grouping of all organic beings seems to me utterly inexplicable on the theory of creation. As natural selection acts solely by accumulating slight, successive, favorable variations, it can produce no great or sudden modification. It can act only by very short and slow steps.
Hence the canon of natura non facit saltum, which every fresh addition to our knowledge tends to make more strictly correct, is on this theory simply intelligible. We can plainly see why nature is prodigal in variety, though niggard in innovation. But why this should be a law of nature if each species has been independently created, no man can explain. Many other facts are, as it seems to me, explicable on this theory. How strange it is that a bird, under the form of woodpecker, should have been created to prey on insects on the ground. That upland geese, which never or rarely swim, should have been created with webbed feet. That a thrush should have been created to dive and feed on subaquatic insects, and that a petrel should have been created with habits and structure fitting it for the life of an auk or grebe, and so on in endless other cases. But on the view of each species constantly trying to increase in number, with natural selection always ready to adapt the slowly varying descendants of each to any unoccupied or ill-occupied place in nature, these facts cease to be strange, or perhaps might even have been anticipated. As natural selection acts by competition, it adapts the inhabitants of each country only in relation to the degree of perfection of their associates, so that we need feel no surprise at the inhabitants of any one country, although on the view supposed to have been specially created and adapted for that country, being beaten and supplanted by the naturalized productions from another land. Nor ought we to marvel if all the contrivances in nature be not, as far as we can judge, absolutely perfect, and if some of them be abhorrent to our ideas of fitness. We need not marvel at the sting of the bee causing the bee's own death, at drones being produced in such vast numbers for one single act, and being then slaughtered by their sterile sisters, at the astonishing waste of pollen by our fir trees, at the instinctive hatred of the queen bee for her own fertile daughters, at ignominy feeding within the live bodies of caterpillars, and at other such cases. The wonder indeed is, on the theory of natural selection, that more cases of the want of absolute perfection have not been observed. The complex and little-known laws governing variation are the same, as far as we can see, with the laws which have governed the production of so-called specific forms. In both cases, physical conditions seem to have produced but little direct effect. Yet, when varieties enter any zone, they occasionally assume some of the characters of the species proper to that zone. In both varieties and species, use and disuse seem to have produced some effect. For it is difficult to resist this conclusion when we look, for instance, at the logger-headed duck, which has wings incapable of in nearly the same condition as in the domestic duck. Or when we look at the burrowing tukataku, which is occasionally blind, and then at certain moles, which are habitually blind and have their eyes covered with skin. Or when we look at the blind animals inhabiting the dark caves of America and Europe. In both varieties and species, correlation of growth seems to have played a most important part, so that when one part has been modified, other parts are necessarily modified. In both varieties and species, reversions to long-lost characters occur. How inexplicable on the theory of creation is the occasional appearance of stripes on the shoulder and legs of the several species of the horse genus and in their hybrids. How simply is this fact explained if we believe that these species have descended from a striped progenitor, in the same manner as the several domestic breeds of pigeon have descended from the blue and barred rock pigeon. On the ordinary view of each species having been independently created, why should the specific characters, or those by which the species of the same genus differ from each other, be more variable than the generic characters in which they all agree? Why should the color of a flower be more likely to vary in any one species of a genus, if the other species, supposed to have been created independently, have differently colored flowers than if all the species of the genus have the same colored flowers? If species are only well-marked varieties of which the characters have become in a high degree permanent, we can understand this fact. for they have already varied since they branched off from a common progenitor in certain characters, by which they have come to be specifically distinct from each other, and therefore these same characters would be more likely still to be variable than the generic characters which have been inherited without change for an enormous period. It is inexplicable on the theory of creation why a part developed in a very unusual manner in any one species of a genus, and therefore, as we may naturally infer, of great importance to the species, should be eminently liable to variation. But, on my view, this part has undergone, since the several species branched off from a common progenitor, an unusual amount of variability and modification, and therefore we might expect this part generally to be still variable. But a part may be developed in the most unusual manner, like the wing of a bat, and yet not be more variable than any other structure. If the part be common to many subordinate forms, that is, if it has been inherited for a very long period, for in this it will have been rendered constant by long-continued natural selection. Glancing at instincts, marvelous as some are, they offer no greater difficulty than does corporeal structure on the theory of the natural selection of successive, slight, but profitable modifications. We can thus understand why nature moves by graduated steps in endowing different animals of the same class with their several instincts. I have attempted to show how much light the principle of gradation throws on the admirable architectural powers of the hive bee. Habit, no doubt, sometimes comes into play in modifying instincts, but it certainly is not indispensable, as we see in the case of neuter insects, which leave no progeny to inherit the effects of long-continued habit. On the view of all the species of the same genus having descended from a common parent, and having inherited much in common, we can understand how it is that allied species, when placed under considerably different conditions of life, yet should follow nearly the same instincts. Why the thrush of South America, for instance, lines her nest with mud like our British species. On the view of instincts having been slowly acquired through natural selection, we need not marvel at some instincts being apparently not perfect and liable to mistakes, and at many instincts causing other animals to suffer. If species be only well-marked in permanent varieties, we can at once see why their crossed offspring should follow the same complex laws in their degrees and kinds of resemblance to their parents, in being absorbed into each other by successive crosses, and in other such points as do the crossed offspring of acknowledged varieties. On the other hand, these would be strange facts if species have been independently created, and varieties have been produced by secondary laws. If we admit that the geological record is imperfect in an extreme degree, then such facts as the record gives support the theory of descent with modification. New species have come on the stage slowly and at successive intervals, and the amount of change, after equal intervals of time, is widely different in different groups. The extinction of species and of whole groups of species, which has played so conspicuous a part in the history of the organic world, almost inevitably follows on the principle of natural selection, for old forms will be supplanted by new and improved forms. Neither single species nor groups of species reappear when the chain of ordinary generation has once been broken. The graduation of dominant forms, with the slow modification of their descendants, causes the forms of life, after long intervals of time, to appear as if they had changed simultaneously throughout the world. The fact of the fossil remains of each formation being in some degree intermediate in character between the fossils and the formations above and below is simply explained by their intermediate position in the chain of descent. The grand fact that all extinct organic beings belong to the same system with recent beings, falling either into the same or into intermediate groups, follows from the living and the extinct being the offspring of common parents. As the groups which have descended from an ancient progenitor have generally diverged in character, the progenitor with its early descendants will often be intermediate in character in comparison with its later descendants. and thus we can see why the more ancient a fossil is, the oftener it stands in some degree intermediate between existing and allied groups. Recent forms are generally looked at as being, in some vague sense, higher than ancient and extinct forms, and they are insofar higher as the later and more improved forms have conquered the older and less improved organic beings in the struggle for life. Lastly, the law of the long endurance of allied forms on the same continent, of marsupials in Australia, of edentata in America, and other such cases, is intelligible, for within a confined country, the recent and the extinct will naturally be allied by descent. Looking to geographical distribution, if we admit that there has been during the long course of ages much migration from one part of the world to another, owing to former climatal and geographical changes and to the many occasional and unknown means of dispersal, then we can understand, on the theory of descent with modification, most of the great leading facts in distribution. We can see why there should be so striking a parallelism in the distribution of organic beings throughout and in their geological succession throughout time. For in both cases, the beings have been connected by the bond of ordinary generation, and the means of modification have been the same. We see the full meaning of the wonderful fact, which must have struck every traveler, namely, that on the same continent, under the most diverse conditions, under heat and cold, on mountain and lowland, on deserts and marshes, most of the inhabitants within each great class are plainly related, for they will generally be descendants of the same progenitors and early colonists. On this same principle of former migration, combined in most cases with modification, we can understand, by the aid of the glacial period, the identity of some few plants and the close alliance of many others, on the most distant mountains under the most different climates, and likewise the close alliance of some of the inhabitants of the sea in the northern and southern temperate zones, though separated by the whole intertropical ocean. Although two areas may present the same physical conditions of life, we need feel no surprise at their inhabitants being widely different, if they have been for a long period completely separated from each other. For as the relation of organism to organism is the most important of all relations, and as the two areas will have received colonists from some third source or from each other, at periods and in different proportions, the course of modification in the two areas will inevitably be different. On this view of migration, with subsequent modification, we can see why oceanic islands should be inhabited by few species, but of these, that many should be peculiar. We can clearly see why those animals which cannot cross wide spaces of ocean, as frogs and terrestrial mammals, should not inhabit oceanic islands, and why, on the other hand, new and peculiar species of bats, which can traverse the ocean, should so often be found on islands far distant from any continent. Such facts as the presence of peculiar species of bats, and the absence of all other mammals on oceanic islands are utterly inexplicable on the theory of independent acts of creation. The existence of closely allied or representative species in any two areas implies, on the theory of descent with modification, that the same parents formerly inhabited both areas, and we almost invariably find that wherever many closely allied species inhabit two areas, some identical species common to both still exist. Wherever many closely allied species inhabit two areas, some identical species common to both still exist. Wherever many closely allied yet distinct species occur, many doubtful forms and varieties of the same species likewise occur. It is a rule of high generality that the inhabitants of each area are related to the inhabitants of the nearest source whence immigrants might have been derived. We see this in nearly all the plants and animals of the Galapagos archipelago, of Juan Fernandez, and of the other American islands being related in the most striking manner to the plants and animals of the Navarcos archipelago, of Juan Fernandez, and of the other American islands being related in the most striking manner to the plants and animals of the neighboring American mainland. and those of the Cape de Verde archipelago and other African islands to the African mainland. It must be admitted that these facts receive no explanation on the theory of creation. The fact, as we have seen, that all past and present organic beings constitute one grand natural system, with group subordinate to group and distinct groups often falling in between recent groups, is intelligible on the theory of natural selection with its contingencies of extinction and divergence of character. On these same principles, we see how it is that the mutual affinities of the species and genera within each class are so complex and
we see why certain characters are far more serviceable than others for classification, why adaptive characters, though of paramount importance to the being, are of hardly any importance in classifications, why adaptive characters, though of paramount importance to the being, are of hardly any importance in classification, why characters derived from rudimentary parts, though of no service to the being, are often of high classificatory value, and why embryological characters are the most valuable of all. The real affinities of all organic beings are due to inheritance or community of descent. The natural system is a genealogical arrangement in which we have to discover the lines of descent by the most permanent characters, however slight their vital importance may be.
The framework of bones being the same in the hand of a man, wing of a bat, fin of the porpoise, and leg of the horse, the same number of vertebrae forming the neck of the giraffe and of the elephant, and innumerable other such facts, at once explain themselves on the theory of descent with slow and slight successive modifications. The similarity of pattern in the wing and leg of a bat, though used for such different purpose, in the jaws and legs of a crab, in the petals, stamens, and pistils of a flower, is likewise intelligible on the view of the gradual modification of parts or organs, which were alike in the early progenitor of each class. On the principle of successive variations not always supervening at an early age, and being inherited at a corresponding not early period of life, we can clearly see why the embryos of mammals, birds, reptiles, and fishes should be so closely alike, and should be so unlike the adult forms. We may cease marveling at the embryo of an air-breathing mammal or bird having branchial slits and arteries running in loops, like those in a fish which has to breathe the air dissolved in water, by the aid of well-developed branchiae. Disuse, aided sometimes by natural selection, will often tend to reduce an organ when it has become useless by changed habits or under changed conditions of life. And we can clearly understand on this view the meaning of rudimentary organs. That disuse and selection will generally act on each creature when it has come to maturity and has to play its full part in the struggle for existence, and will thus have little power of acting on an organ during early life. Hence, the organ will not be much reduced or rendered rudimentary at this age. The calf, for instance, has inherited teeth which never cut through the gums of the upper jaw, from an early progenitor having well-developed teeth, and we may believe that the teeth in the mature animal were reduced during successive generations by disuse or by the tongue and palate having been fitted by natural selection to browse without their aid, whereas in the calf the teeth had been left untouched by selection to browse without their aid, whereas in the calf the teeth had been left untouched by selection or disuse, and on the principle of inheritance at corresponding ages have been inherited from a remote period to the present day. On the view of each being and each separate organ having been specially created, how utterly inexplicable it is that parts, like the teeth in the embryonic calf or like the shriveled wings under the soldered wing covers of some beetles, should thus so frequently bear the plain stamp of inutility. Nature may be said to have taken pains to reveal, by rudimentary organs and by homologous structures, her scheme of modification, which it seems that we willfully will not understand. I have now recapitulated the chief facts and considerations which have thoroughly convinced me that species have changed, and are still slowly changing by the preservation and accumulation of successive slight favorable variations. Why, it may be asked, have all the most eminent living naturalists and geologists rejected this view of the mutability of species? It cannot be asserted that organic beings in a state of nature are subject to no variation. It cannot be proved that the amount of variation in the course of long ages is a limited quantity. No clear distinction has been or can be drawn between species and well-marked varieties. It cannot be maintained that species when intercrossed are invariably sterile, and varieties invariably fertile, or that sterility is a special endowment and sign of creation. The belief that species were immutable productions was almost unavoidable as long as the history of the world was thought to be of short duration. And now that we have acquired some idea of the lapse of time, we are too apt to assume, without proof, that the geological record is so perfect that it would have afforded us plain evidence of the mutation of species if they had undergone mutation. But the chief cause of our natural unwillingness to admit that one species has given birth to other and distinct species is that we are always slow in admitting any great change of which we do not see the intermediate steps. The difficulty is the same as that felt by so many geologists. When Lyell first insisted that long lines of inland cliffs had been formed, and great valleys acted by the slow action of the coast waves, the mind cannot possibly grasp the full meaning of the term of 100 million years. It cannot add up and perceive the full effects of many slight variations. It cannot add up and perceive the full effects of many slight variations. It cannot add up and perceive the full effects of many slight variations. I cannot add up and perceive the full effects of many variations. A canophores and a canopole. Although I am fully convinced of the truth of the views given in this volume under the form of an abstract, I by no means expect to convince expatrialists whose minds are stocked with a multitude of facts all viewed during a long course of years from a point of view directly opposite to mine. It is so easy to hide our ignorance under such expressions as the plan of creation, unity of design, etc., and to think that we give an explanation when we only restate a fact. Anyone whose disposition leads him to attach more weight to unexplained difficulties than to the explanation of a certain number of facts will certainly reject my theory. A few naturalists, endowed with much flexibility of mind, and who have already begun to doubt on the immutability of species, influenced by this volume, but I look with confidence to the future, to young and rising naturalists who will be able to view both sides of the question with impartiality. Whoever is led to that species are mutable will do good service by conscientiously expressing his conviction, for only thus can the load of prejudice by which this subject is overwhelmed be removed. Several eminent naturalists have of late published their belief that a multitude of reputed species in each genus are not real species, but that other species are real, that is, have been independently created. This seems to me a strange conclusion to arrive at. They admit that a multitude of forms, which till lately they themselves thought were special creations, are still thus looked at by the majority of naturalists, and which consequently have every external characteristic feature of true species. They admit that these have been produced by variation, but they refuse to extend the same view to other and very slightly different forms. Nevertheless, they do not pretend that they can define, or even conjecture, which are the created forms of life, and which are those produced by secondary laws. They admit variation as a vera causa in one case. They arbitrarily reject it in another, without assigning any distinction in the two cases. The day will come when this will be given as a curious illustration of the blindness of preconceived opinion. These authors seem no more startled at a miraculous act of creation than at an ordinary birth. But do they really believe that at innumerable periods in the Earth's history, certain elemental atoms have been commanded suddenly to flash into living tissues? Do they believe that at each supposed act of creation, one individual or many were produced? Were all the infinitely numerous kinds of animals and plants created as eggs or seed, or as full grown? And in the case of mammals, were they created bearing the false marks of nourishment from the mother's womb? Although naturalists very properly demand a full explanation of every difficulty from those who believe in the mutability of species, on their own side they ignore the whole subject of the first appearance of species in what they consider reverent silence. It may be asked how far I extend the doctrine of the modification of species. The question is difficult to answer, because the more distinct the forms are which we may consider, by so much the arguments fall away in force. But some arguments of the greatest weight extend very far. All the members of whole classes can be connected together by of affinities, and all can be classified on the same principle, in groups subordinate to groups. Fossil remains sometimes tend to fill up very wide intervals between existing orders. Organs in a rudimentary condition plainly show that an early progenitor had the organ in a fully developed state, and this in some instances necessarily implies an enormous amount of modification in the descendants. Throughout whole classes, various structures are formed on the same pattern, and at an embryonic age, the species closely resemble each other. Therefore, I cannot doubt that the theory of descent with modification embraces all the members of the same class. I believe that animals have descended from at most only 4 or 5 progenitors, and plants from an equal or lesser number. Analogy would lead me one step further, namely, to the belief that all animals and plants have descended from some one prototype. But analogy may be a deceitful guide. Nevertheless, all living things have much in common. In their chemical composition, their germinal vesicles, their cellular structure, and their laws of growth and reproduction. We see this even in so trifling a circumstance as that the same poison often similarly affects plants and animals, or that the poison secreted by the gall fly produces monstrous growths on the wild rose or oak. Therefore, I should infer from analogy that probably all the organic beings which have ever lived on this earth have descended from some one primordial form, into which life was breathed. When the views entertained in this volume on the origin of species, or when analogous views are generally admitted, we can dimly foresee that there will be a considerable revolution in natural history. Systematists will pursue their labors as at present, but they will not be incessantly haunted by the shadowy doubt whether this or that form be in essence a species. This I feel sure, and I speak after experience, will be no slight relief. The endless disputes whether or not some 50 species of British brambles are true species will cease. Systematists will have only to decide, not that this will be easy, whether any form be sufficiently constant and distinct from other forms to be capable of definition, and if definable, whether the differences be sufficiently important to deserve a specific name. This latter point will become a far more essential consideration than it is at present, for differences, however, between any two forms, if not blended by intermediate gradations, are looked at by most naturalists as sufficient to raise both forms to the rank of species. Hereafter, we shall be compelled to acknowledge that the only distinction between species and well-marked varieties is that the latter are known, or believed, to be connected at the present day by intermediate gradations, whereas species were formerly thus connected. Hence, without quite rejecting the consideration of the present existence of intermediate gradations between any two forms, we shall be led to weigh more carefully and to value higher the actual amount of difference between them. It is quite possible that forms now generally acknowledged to be merely varieties may hereafter be thought worthy of specific names, as with the primrose and cowslip, and in this case scientific and common language will come into accordance. In short, we shall have to treat species in the same manner as those naturalists treat genera, who admit that genera are merely artificial combinations made for convenience. This may not be a cheering prospect, but we shall at least be freed from search for the undiscovered and undiscoverable essence of the term species. The other and more general departments of natural history will rise greatly in interest. The terms used by naturalists of affinity, relationship, community of type, paternity, morphology, adaptive characters, rudimentary and aborted organs, etc., will cease to be metaphorical and will have a plain signification. When we no longer look at an organic being as a savage looks at a ship, as at something wholly beyond his comprehension, when we regard every production of nature as one which has had a history, when we contemplate every complex structure and instinct as the summing up of many contrivances, each useful to the possessor, nearly in the same way as when we look at any great mechanical invention as the summing up of the labor, the experience, the reason, and even the blunders of numerous workmen, when we thus view each organic being, how far more interesting, I speak from experience, will the study of natural history become. A grand and almost untrodden field of inquiry will be opened on the causes and laws of variation, on correlation of growth, on the effects of use and disuse, on the direct action of external conditions, and so forth. The study of domestic productions will rise immensely in value. A new variety raised by man will be a far more important and interesting subject for study than one more species added to the infinitude of already recorded species. Our classifications will come to be, as far as they can be so made, genealogies, and will then truly give what may be called the plan of creation. The rules for classifying will no doubt become simpler when we have a definite object in view. We possess no pedigrees or armorial bearings, and we have to discover and trace the many diverging lines of descent in our natural genealogies by characters of any kind which have long been inherited. Rudimentary organs will speak infallibly with respect to the nature of long-lost structures. Species and groups of species, which are called aberrant, and which may fancifully be called living fossils, will aid us in forming a picture of the ancient forms of life. Embryology will reveal to us the structure, in some degree obscured, of the prototypes of each great class. When we can feel assured that all the individuals of the same species, and all the closely allied species of most genera, have within a not very remote period descended from one parent, and have migrated from some one birthplace, and when we better know the many means of migration, then, by the light which geology now throws, and will continue to throw, on former changes of climate and of the level of the land, we shall surely be enabled to trace in an admirable manner the former migrations of the inhabitants of the whole world. Even at present, by comparing the differences of the inhabitants of the sea on the opposite sides of a continent, and the nature of the various inhabitants of that continent in relation to their apparent means of immigration, some light can be thrown on ancient geography. The noble science of geology loses glory from the extreme imperfection of the record. The crust of the earth with its embedded remains must not be looked at as a well-filled museum, but as a poor collection made at hazard and at rare intervals. The accumulation of each great fossiliferous formation will be recognized as having depended on an unusual concurrence of circumstances, and the blank intervals between the successive stages as having been of vast duration. But we shall be able to gauge with some security the duration of these intervals by a comparison of the preceding and succeeding organic forms. We must be cautious in attempting to correlate as strictly contemporaneous two formations which include few identical species by the general succession of their forms of life. As species are produced and exterminated by slowly acting and still existing causes, and not by miraculous acts of creation and by catastrophes, and as the most important of all causes of organic change is one which is almost independent of altered and perhaps suddenly altered physical conditions, namely, the mutual relation of organism to organism, the improvement of one being entailing the improvement or the extermination of others, it follows that the amount of organic in the fossils of consecutive formations probably serves as a fair measure of the lapse of actual time. A number of species, however, keeping in a body might remain for a long period unchanged, whilst within this same period, several of these species, by migrating into new countries and coming into competition with foreign associates, might become modified. So that we must not overrate the accuracy of organics as a measure of time. During early periods of the Earth's history, when the forms of life were probably fewer and simpler, the rate of change was probably slower. And at the first dawn of life, when very few forms of the simplest structure existed, the rate of change may have been slow in an extreme degree. The whole history of the world, as at present known, although of a length quite incomprehensible by us, will hereafter be recognized as a mere fragment of time, compared with the ages which have elapsed since the first creature, the progenitor of innumerable distinct and living descendants, was created. In the distant future, I see open fields for far more important researches. Psychology will be based on a new foundation, that of the necessary acquirement of each mental power and capacity by gradation. It will be thrown on the origin of man and his history. Authors of the highest eminence seem to be fully satisfied with the view that each species has been independently created. To my mind, it accords better with what we know of the laws impressed on matter by the Creator, that the production and extinction of the past and present inhabitants of the world should have been due to secondary causes, like those determining the birth and death of the individual. When I view all beings not as special creations, but as the lineal descendants of some few beings which lived long before the first bed of the Silurian system was deposited, they seem to me to become ennobled. Judging from the past, we may safely infer that not one living species will transmit its unaltered likeness to a distant futurity. And of the species now living, very few will transmit progeny of any kind to a far distant futurity, for the manner in which all organic beings are grouped shows that the greater number of species of each genus, and all the species of many genera, have left no descendants, but have become utterly extinct. We can so far take a prophetic glance into futurity as to foretell that it will be the common and widely spread species, belonging to the larger and dominant groups, which will ultimately prevail and procreate new and dominant species. As all the living forms of life are the lineal descendants of those which lived long before the Silurian epoch, we may feel certain that the ordinary succession by generation has never once been broken, and that no cataclysm has desolated the whole world. Hence we may look with some confidence to a secure future of equally inappreciable, and as natural selection works solely by and for the good of each being, all corporeal and mental endowments will tend to progress towards perfection. It is interesting to contemplate an entangled bank, clothed with many plants of many kinds, with birds singing on the bushes, with various insects flitting about, and with worms crawling through the damp earth, and to reflect that these elaborately constructed forms, so different from each other, and dependent on each other in so complex a manner, have all been produced by laws acting around us. These laws, taken in the largest sense, being growth with reproduction, inheritance which is almost implied by reproduction, variability from the indirect and direct action of the external conditions of life and from use and disuse, a ratio of increase so high as to lead to a struggle for life, and as a consequence to natural selection, entailing divergence of character and the extinction of less improved forms. Thus, from the war of nature, from famine and death, the most exalted object which we are capable of conceiving, namely, the production of the higher animals, directly follows. There is grandeur in this view of life, with its several powers, having been originally breathed into a few forms or into one, and that, whilst this planet has gone cycling on according to the fixed law of gravity, from so simple a beginning endless forms most beautiful and most wonderful have been, and our being evolved. The end. Thank you for watching.